Hello, everybody. Not that there's really anybody right now, but that's okay. I'm just still kind of getting set up here a little bit. Gotta get the rest of these decks in order and give us a good start on our hand, on each of our starting hands, so I can go ahead and talk about them. Man, it is very bright in here. I'm wondering if I need to cut down the light a little bit more in this room. Hang on a second. Let me go back to this. Oh man, that looks so much better. That is almost perfect. So may have to adjust the may have to adjust it a little bit again sometime, but that's really taken out a lot of the glare, which I'm happy about. But could barely see this Cranko card here, which would be unfortunate if you couldn't see literally any of these cards. But now that we can, I'll finish shuffling this Goblin deck, and then we can kind of figure out what this stream is going to be about today. I guess I can talk about it a little bit while I'm shuffling. So today, on Sundays, just as a reminder, I'm going to be doing mostly my beginner decks. So it's going to focus on kind of simple aggro strategies, using single colors and having cards that sort of naturally go together. So in this case, tribal cards go really well together. So that's what we're going to focus on, is kind of just exploring how to play Magic and the decision-making processes and stuff like that. So today in particular, so I have 10 of these beginner decks, and 5 of them are what I call big tribes, and 5 of them are what I call small tribes. And that's not to say that that has no bearing on how good or bad they are. It's actually just whether or not it contains big creatures or small creatures, like physically speaking. So the big red deck would be dragons, whereas the small red deck, the small tribe, would be goblins in the red color. So 5 colors of Magic, 2 for each color, 10 decks, and last week I did all of the big decks. So this week I'm going to do the small tribes, and we'll see whether or not that works. Well, the intention is that all of these decks are kind of meant to be played against each other. So they each have sort of their own really good points. And in this case, we'll just get in. I'll explain each of the decks as I look at their starting hands. And explain what each deck is, sort of meant to do, what it's meant to focus on. Let's see if Goblins had a playable hand, and it's not looking. Yeah, this is not quite enough. This is very close to a good hand, but we can't. We're like just shy of making it work, unfortunately. And so this game we're going to start on zombies, then we're going to go to elves, and then after elves we're going to play this goblin deck. So come on, goblins, give me a good hand. Give me just a playable hand. It doesn't have to be a good hand, just a playable hand. Well, that's a good start. Okay, yeah, this is actually playable. Even with 6 cards, this would be playable. So that's good. Oh yeah, we're hot. We're hot fire right now. Okay. So. Let's go ahead and kind of swing ourselves back around to the zombies. So I'm generally going to play 3 decks. I may consider doing 4 at some point, but for now, this 4th slot is just the kind of leftovers, the ancillary stuff that I need to be able to play. Mostly dice. For these decks, I specifically have tokens, and there'll be some decks that have their own tokens and some that don't. I really need to sit down and go to each deck and figure out, whether or not I have the tokens for the deck, and sort of getting the tokens so that I don't have to dig through piles and piles of tokens every time I play a deck. I can just have them handy right there. So as a reminder, this is Magic the Gathering, and I won't explain we won't go into the basics too much, like the very, very basics of how to play Magic. We'll focus more on table dynamics and Commander as a format. So when it comes to Commander specifically, the difference that it makes versus regular Magic play is that Commander games are meant to be very casual. They're meant to be sort of beer and pretzel, hang out with your friends and have fun kind of stuff, and definitely played in a group rather than one-on-one. Whereas most of the rest of Magic is competitive by nature, and it's seeking to find the best combination of cards, at least the best combination of cards and the best player who can play those cards. Because sometimes, there is an element of luck, but a player needs to be smart, and even if you have a winning deck, doesn't necessarily mean that you are a winning player. So we'll go over kind of some of that strategy as well, and that feeds into table politics. But yeah, and regular Magic also generally uses 20 life as your starting life total, and you're looking for 60 cards, kind of 60 card decks. For kind of regular Magic draft formats use 40 cards. We, on the other hand, we start with a life total of 40, and not only do we start with a life total of 40, we also have 100 cards exactly. So the 60 and the 40 from before, those are minimum deck sizes, which you still pretty much want to have the very minimum, because that increases your your draw consistency. Versus Commander, not only do we have exactly 100 cards, but we have a few additional rules, and to that we have to pick out a legendary creature. So different creatures will say legendary on it. Oh, there you go. different creatures will say legendary on it. So we have to pick a legendary creature, and then whatever color it is, in this case, black, green, and red. This one is black, but the other two are green and red, respectively. All of our deck has to be those colors. So we can have colorless cards, but we can't have, like this black deck can't run anything that has a red symbol on it, or green, or blue, or white. It has to be all black symbols. And that includes, like, not only, so usually it's the cost in the corner that dictates the color of the card. We don't run on color, we run on color identity. So if this ability right here was, you can kind of see it, it's a black symbol. Actually, I guess I can do this. Give me a second. We can actually look up the card itself and bring it up on screen for us. Let's see, card. Oops, I didn't set this yet. Let's do, now we should be seeing it. There we go. So you see that symbol on the card itself? Yeah, so that black symbol there, it if it was, say, red, then thank you, Cuckoo Clock. If it was, say, a red symbol, like the fire symbol, then we would be able to use black or red cards in this deck instead of just black. So being able, this restriction kind of helps breed creativity in decks so that you don't kind of get the same thing over and over again. The intent of this format is not only just to have fun and, you know, kind of play casually, but to be able to get to play the cards that you just don't get to play anywhere else. There's so many cards that have been printed in Magic that don't get to see the light of day, and the reason they don't get to see the light of day is because there's something a little bit better than it, so it doesn't get played. But here, you know, thematics and situation, they're like, these kinds of things are very important, and so you'll see a lot of themes in Commander. Like you won't, in a competitive format, have a Sphinx tribal deck. That just isn't something that occurs in competitive play. But here we can build a Sphinx tribal deck and kind of just play around and see what happens and see if it's, you know, like, it may not be good, and it's certainly not going to be good in every environment, but, you know, in some environments you can actually see it be played and do something really cool. So okay, let's get started. So this zombie deck, the focus here on this zombie deck, let me close the card thing now. Sort of the goal of this zombie deck, or, well, zombies as a tribe in general, is that, I guess I could say, mono black is, there's pretty much two prevailing focuses when it comes to mono black. Mono black can be either control, or it can be what's known as suicide, and that's you're essentially you're a kind of a super fast aggro deck is what suicide black is normally. So here with the zombie tribal, we're much more of a kind of a slow building control deck. So we're going to take heavy advantage of our graveyard. So things that go into our graveyard, we're either going to exile it for additional benefit, or we're going to actually bring it back from the graveyard and put it back into play. So we're really looking for having enough mana and maybe getting some draw effects to be able to move forward slightly faster than our opponents. And ultimately, what we'll do is, with control, we'll build up and sort of, we'll aim to get people to not try to attack us. And by doing that, we'll buy ourselves enough time to be able to shoot a wrath effect across the board and kill everybody else, and then because it's been so long and so deep in the game, we'll be able to rebuild quicker than our opponents can and win the game, kind of beat them out before they can recover. So part of that will be, and in case that doesn't work, we're going to go kind of straight aggro and just play so many effects that pump our creatures that nobody else can keep up. And one of the ways that we can do that is with our commander, which is why it's here. Ghoul Caller Gissa, her effect is to sacrifice another creature and then put zombie tokens into play where X is the sacrificed creature's power. So we put X creatures into play. And so essentially, if you sacrifice a 5 power creature, you're going to get 10 power worth of zombies. So essentially we get to double our power each time we sacrifice a creature, which can be really good. Plus we get to get more than one zombie at a time through it. So with the hand that we're looking at, we're a little slow, like I said, but we have almost all the mana that we need to play the cards that we have in our hand. So we have 3 mana to be able to play. So we have a turn 2 play and then a turn 3 play. And by that point, we should have drawn another swamp. We can make our turn 4 play, which is Gravespawn Muse. And this is who our draw engine is going to be. We're going to draw a crap ton of cards off of Gravespawn Muse and hopefully draw into all of the tools that we need to take over the game. So hopefully, we're hoping our opponents don't essentially kill us within the first 5 turns, more or less. And we'll do that we'll have these couple of creatures to kind of handle that, to kind of throw up as blockers, but we'll also just not present as much of a threat to other players early on, and hope that works. So let's go ahead and get started with this. So our first, there we go, that's the land we needed. This is the 4th land. We are going to... So this land does have a special effect, and so we could consider keeping hold of it, but because we don't immediately have a way to take advantage of it, and we really need to get to that... We want to be making our turn 2 and 3 plays, so if we don't play it on turn 1, we're kind of hoping that we're going to draw another land to be able to do instead of this one. So most likely we're going to go ahead and play it on our first turn and just avoid trying to take advantage of it. And maybe there's another opportunity later on to do that, to take advantage of it, but for now that's all we're going to do. So let's go ahead and go to Elves. And the thing with Elves is that Elves and Goblins, the thing that I'm always afraid of with these decks, playing these decks, is that Elves and Goblins are actually the 2 traditionally most powerful tribes in Magic. They've gotten almost the most cards for their tribe. Like, I think that there's more cards for each of their respective tribes than there is for any other tribe. I could be wrong about that. It could be humans. There might be more humans than them. But Elves and Goblins are absolutely the most powerful. They've been consistently the most powerful since pretty much Magic began. And they actually, it seems like Wizards has always had a problem making Elves and Goblins not be quite as powerful while still not making the same mistake with other tribes, which is kind of unfortunate because it means that other tribes just never catch up ultimately. So when it comes to Elves and Goblins, Elf decks are going to try to play as many creatures as they can. So the advantage that Elves have generally is that they like to produce. They come out, they're really small, but they can often get you more mana the more of them you play. So, and each time you get more mana, that allows you to play more Elves, and the more Elves you have, then the more mana that you have, and so on and so on and so on, and just keeps building up and up and up. Well, what we're going to essentially try to take advantage of that mana to either play one powerful card to take over the game, or combo out and make infinite creatures. Now, I don't think that we have infinite creatures in this deck. I think that what we have instead is just the ability to make a ton of mana and a card called Helix Pinnacle. So if we get to that, then we'll explore what Helix Pinnacle can do and what we're going to do with it. But for now, we're just going to try to get a bunch of elves out and then use this ability on our commander, which is elf creatures you control get +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. So we can just spit out a bunch of elves, use all of that mana to make each of our elves really big and win the game that way. So when starting a hand with elves, normally we don't want very many land because we don't need very many land to get started. And you can kind of see that with our hand here. We have 2 1-cost cards, a 2-cost card, a 3, and a 4. So we kind of know our game plan here is to be playing one or more of these small cards first and then seeing what we draw after that. So let's go and get started. Oh, yep, there's one of our mana-producing elves. So we're absolutely going to play that first with a forest, tapping it for green mana, and then playing Llanowar Elves, which gives us 1 green mana. So now let's go over to goblins. And goblins over here, this is goblins are a little bit different. They do make a ton of creatures, but there's less of a combo element to it. Elves has always had kind of a combo element to how they play. Goblins, on the other hand, they just want to make as many creatures as quickly as possible and take over the game. And then their sort of side thing that they sometimes do is they sometimes will try to burn, which that term in Magic means dealing direct damage with a spell. So lightning bolt is 1 red. Actually, let me see. Like the most classic, the oldest burn spell in Magic is this one. And let me go to all of the prints and let me find like the old prints of them to show. Here we go. There we go. So lightning bolt, it's 1 red and deals 3 damage. And the craziness of it is that this was printed in the first sets of Magic, and it is still one of the most powerful burn spells ever printed. Just because they went off of this idea of numbers of 3 for things. So they went 1 red mana gets you 3 damage, and 1 blue mana draws you 3 cards, and 1 white mana heals 3 health. You know, like that's essentially what they were trying to do with it. Well, they figured out that 1 blue mana to draw 3 cards was so ridiculously overpowered that it makes basically the most powerful card in Magic. I mean, not quite, but actually, yeah, kind of. Lightning Bolt is a step down from that. It isn't quite that powerful, but the fact of the matter is, when you're playing with only 20 life, 3 damage is a lot of life, and if you have 4 lightning bolts in your deck, you know, like that's over half of your life with 4 cards. And when you're playing with 60 cards, you're going to find a way to get that 8 damage left. So essentially legacy burn decks are very often just every 1-cost 3 damage card ever printed. And Lightning Bolt is one of the few that has 0 drawback. There's another one that was printed in Kamigawa at Lava Spike, I think. Maybe no, that's not the right one. Let me double check. I want to see if it's Lava Spike just because I think that I know what the card is. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually it is Lava Spike. So Champions of Kamigawa. Let's take a look. So what the difference between this one and the last one is that Lightning Bolt can hit anything. So you could target a creature if you wanted to, but with Lava Spike you have to target a player or Planeswalker. They've kind of amended that, but you have to target a player essentially. So that actually does have an impact. It doesn't cripple the card by any means, but it makes a difference when you're playing competitively. So, you know, Lightning Bolt has always been the best burn spell. And we can actually see that. So I've packed in some of the better commander versions of burn spells in this deck. Well, I guess let's take a look at the hand first. So again, sort of like elves, we do not want very much mana, because if we have too much mana, then that means that we didn't draw the cards we need to really take over. So here's a burn spell and here's a burn spell. Both of them. This one destroys an artifact and then deals damage, and this one can either, if you pay a low cost, then you deal 4 damage to one creature. But if you pay the full cost of it, so if you pay the small cost only 2, then you deal 4 damage. If you do this overload ability, which costs 6, so 4 more mana, you can hit each of your opponent's creatures for 4 damage. So we can use this early to stop something that's a problem, or wait till later and clear the entire field, and essentially assure us victory. So the rest of the cards in our hand, we have one card that's going to basically draw us extra cards, which is a little bit harder in mono red. We have one that's going to be more or less our way to take over the game. So we're kind of actually, we already have our end game cards here. So what we'll do is we'll clear the field with this, and then Goblin Lookout, what it does is you sacrifice a goblin and give all of the rest of your goblins +2/+0. So we can absolutely annihilate somebody if we get the chance. And then the final card is really the interesting card that we have here, because the hinge pin to all of this, how we're going to make this work, is actually our commander. So Krenko 10th Street Kingpin, there is a stronger Krenko card, and it is in the deck, but we really don't want it to be the commander because it's too good. It's okay if we see it only every once in a while, but if it's our commander, it'll just basically mean that we probably would win every game when it comes to these beginner decks, and we really don't want that. Krenko 10th Street Kingpin is still really good, but it's not quite as good. So what this one does is that whenever it attacks, it gets 1 power stronger and then makes goblins equal to whatever that new power is. So we're going to, with this card, Pyretic Ritual, we're going to be able to get our commander out on turn 2 instead of having to wait till turn 3 to be able to do it. So I'm really happy about seeing this, so that we can start making goblins as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the worse off we're going to be. The next card we got is Goblin War Driver, which is really good. Increases the power. If this card attacks, then increases the power of each of the other attacking creatures we have, which would mean more goblins. So let's go ahead and get started here. We're going to go and just play our mountain and then pass the turn. So we're back to zombies, and zombies there's not much to do and talk about. We can kind of, like, if you sat down at this table with the zombie deck and you were looking across and saw an elf or a goblin deck, you'd probably be pretty concerned. But there's sort of nothing that we can do about it. We got an honestly pretty decent hand. Like, there are some better hands in this, but we're just going, like I said, we're just going to hope to survive and keep going. So we start our turn untapping everything, then drawing a card. Ooh, Nyx Shrine to Nykthos. Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. I said that backwards. I'm a dumbass. This is a really good card. I'm glad to see this. This is going to get the rest of the mana that we need. So I talked about, sort of needing that the 4 mana that we have was going to get us more or less to our turn 4 that we really wanted. Well, this Nykthos Shrine to Nyx is going to get us basically all the rest of the way to the game, through the game. We may be able to essentially, with what we have, what we're looking at right now, we may not need to get mana again for the rest of the game, essentially. So let's go ahead and play a swamp. And we're going to hold Nykthos Shrine to Nyx now. And when I play it, then I'll explain its ability and why it's so important. So play the swamp. We tap 2, and we're going to go ahead and play our Eternal Taskmaster. So this isn't doing us much good right this second, but because it comes into play tapped, but we are going to be able to use it as a blocker. So that's kind of nice. Okay, so going to our next turn, we have Elves again, which I'm kind of assuming this is going to be interesting. We're going to see elves and goblins just go completely at each other's throats, I think. Which is what I mean, like, essentially, that's kind of how it is, mythologically speaking, but it's also looking across the field here. I would be less concerned about zombies and more concerned about Gergerbers right now. Okay, so the card that we drew, sorry, it was Arbor Elf, which is another mana elf. Like I said, there's just tons of them here. So let's go ahead and play our second land, which its ability to untap elves doesn't seem relevant right now, but it will be relevant later. So let's see. We're actually doing so. Okay, let's think about this. We probably want to go ahead and ramp one, so we'll go and play Arbor Elf, but then we're going to also actually, I'm going to switch this around. So here's the weird thing. Here's the elf deck actually does take a little bit of helping to get going, to like really understand what you can do. Some people will probably have already seen that I can play more cards and actually, let me think, how do I want to do this? Because I have this Glimpse of Nature in hand. We aren't we can't really play all of the things that I want to play. So yeah, I think all we're going to do is just tap and play this Arbor Elf, and then we'll see about the combination of these three cards next turn. For now, we'll just go with this. So let's go and spin back around. We already kind of know what goblins are going to do. I keep saying almost golems, which is stupid. We don't have a golem deck. I've thought about a golem deck, actually, but I just don't, like, I have the cards. I've seen how golem decks operate. They're okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with them, but I would probably want to do colorless golems, and that's kind of how all of them are built. I think there's some people that do 5-color golem decks, but I don't know. Anyway. Oh, wow. That's good. Goblin King. 3 cost, other goblins you control, or other goblin creatures, any of them, get +1/+1 in Mountain Walk. So that's, we need 1 more mana and we're set. And that's really where goblins are, is that 2 and 3 mana are pretty much the sweet spot for goblins. They don't necessarily need much more mana than that. So if we get our 3rd land, we're actually fine, essentially, for the rest of the game. So we're going to go ahead with our plan, which is to play Poetic Ritual. Poetic Ritual costs 2, and it gives us 3 mana. So we'll use that 3 mana to cast our Krinko 10th Street Kingpin. And now everybody's shaking in their boots. Let's go ahead and go back to zombies. And this is also why I did zombies as the first deck to go between these 3, because I know that zombies are a little bit slower, and I don't want the other 2 to get too far ahead. And by allowing zombies to go first, then they start the first turn round with potentially more lands than anybody else. So they get to kind of do things first. Let's go and untap, draw a card. It is a swamp, which we're starting to not like and enjoy as much, but that's okay. Go and play that swamp, pay 3. Then let's go ahead and play Undying Horde. So Undying Horde enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other zombie creature you control and each other zombie card in your graveyard. So we get to have 2 +1/+1 counters because we control 2 zombies. And then if it's dealt damage, I prevent that damage and remove a counter from it. So looking across here, most likely what we're going to do is, if the goblins come after us first, we're going to go and block with our zombie here, because the zombie can take the damage, the 2/3. we could attack. So what I'm saying is that we could attack with this zombie and get 2 damage in, but it doesn't really do us much good other than infuriate somebody else. And that's kind of when it comes to table politics. You don't want to get too excited about attacking somebody when there may not necessarily be a clear advantage, because people like to hold kind of hopefully just pretend grudges against other people for attacking or doing them wrong or something like that. And that's just how we kind of all are naturally, is that there is some amount of this player is ahead of everybody else and we must take them down regardless of whether or not they've actually done us wrong. But that's not always going to be the case. There's not always going to be a clear this person is ahead and this person isn't. But like, these are choices that we make, and this is the way that we operate. So since there's no real clear advantage and we really don't want the goblins to attack us, we're just going to go and hold back and call it good. So yeah, Toby, basically that. Yeah. Forced into a defensive position, and hopefully we don't get targeted by anybody. not at least before we can play some of the other cards that we have. So going back to Elves, let's go and untap and see what we have here. Pindlehaven Elder. Okay, so that's not too bad, but I'm thinking that we don't want to do that one quite yet. So let's see how much mana that we have and what we can actually do. And I think what we're going to do, we're going to try to get ahead. Well, I guess actually, so we have a choice here. We can either draw a bunch of cards, or we can try to kill off the goblins for now. We may actually want to kill off the goblins. So if we kill off the goblins here, if we kill off 10th Street Kingpin right now, it'll cost 5 mana to be able to recast it from the command zone. So it seems like that might be the thing that we want to do. It gives them a 3/3 beast, but we can probably handle that later. And 3 damage kind of consistently is okay. Better than having a crap ton of goblins breathing down our neck. So let's go and do that. Let's go and pay 3 mana here. And this isn't necessarily the most ideal way to pay for it, but I mean, we just don't have the ability to take advantage of Wirewood Lodge yet. But let's go ahead and cast our Beast Within, targeting the the Krinko 10th Street Kingpin, and kill it, and give them a 3/3 beast. And you know what? I don't know that I have. I wonder if I have a beast token. Hang on a second. I better go grab myself a beast token. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I thought that I was set up, and then I forgot that I didn't have a beast token here. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like the table. So this table I actually made it myself. I got the wood from just a store that was selling circular pieces of wood, but the table design and the staining and stuff like that, and putting the bottom part on so that I can spin it at like basically a huge lazy Susan. I did that all myself. And it kind of served a dual purpose. I was planning on doing something like this with Magic a long time ago. And then in addition to that, I have some family members that are getting on the older side. So the idea was that by having it this way, if I ever had like a board game that I was playing with a family member, then we'd be able to put the board game on the table, and then if they needed to reach a piece, like say we're playing Monopoly and they had gotten to Boardwalk or something across the table, they wouldn't have to reach across or have somebody else move it for them. They could just rotate the table and be able to grab the pieces themselves. Because it's like being able to give people agency with that type of stuff can go a really long way, and that's kind of what I was hoping for with this. Let's see. I think that's probably it for Elves. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep turning around here and go over to the Goblin deck. So Toby, do you play Magic? How much do you know? I'm not going to claim to be any kind of. I've played Magic a long time, but I am not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. I did play tournaments for a while, but I just like it was never really my thing. I never really did well at it. I just kind of fumbled my way through things. So, but it's nice that somebody's actually watching and getting to see some of this stuff, because I've always loved Magic. So, let's see. So we lost our Krinko 10 Street Kingpin and got a lovely little beast here in exchange. Oh, so April. Yeah, very casually. That's how I like to play. Have you been going to tournaments and such? I mean, I guess not really right now, right? Unless your area has just been doing tournament stuff. It's probably online, right? Let's look. Oh, Hellraiser Goblin. Well, that would be nice if we had, another mana to be able to play any of this. Uh-oh. Not so great here. Let's see. Yeah, I pretty much play exclusively, like way back when I started, I was doing standard, and then I got into legacy for a little bit, and also the extended format before it became modern. And then just draft tournaments. I played with some guys in Arkansas who they owned a cube that they had the Power 9 in there. So for a while we got to play with some of the craziest cards in Magic. It was so... There was one draft that we did with that cube where I ended up with both the Red Mox and Black Lotus. I ended up with both of them in my deck. I played this red-white aggro monstrosity, and I would get out 5-cost cards on turn 1. So yeah, I played for a long time, but like I said, I've never been really good. I just have fun with it, we didn't draw Hellraiser Goblin. So our game plan, looking at this Goblin hand right here, we can't play the higher costing goblins, so Goblin King and Hellraiser Goblin, that's pretty much out. We don't have any artifacts to destroy, so there's not much good in doing that, and we really don't see any strong creatures yet, so our Armisium Mortars isn't doing us much good. So really we just have the choice between these 3 goblins, and looking at what we have right now, Goblin Lookout is only going to be really good once we get going with a lot of Goblin tokens, so we can cut that out as well. And even further, Dark Dweller Oracle is probably not what we want either. Not quite yet, I'm thinking, because I don't know that we want to sacrifice that beast quite yet to our Dark Dweller Oracle. So I think what our play here is to go ahead and cast the Goblin War Driver, go ahead and swing at the Elves for 3 in retaliation because they deserve it. Oh, no, you're... all I'm doing here is just having fun. This is kind of how I play, is I pull out 3 different decks. I own nearly 100 commander decks in actual paper. So I just kind of fuss around with them for a couple hours and call it good. So it's not really interrupting anything, so don't worry about it. So yeah, Elves is actually going to... We don't really want to block here with the Elves, so we're probably just going to take the 3 damage and be... remember when we used to be at 40 life instead. So let's go ahead and go back to Zombies, who's looking really pretty right now. They're seeing the inner exchanges between Goblins and Elves and kind of going, well, this is good for us. We don't have to worry so much anymore. The Elves hasn't advanced very fast. They had to waste a turn to be able to hit the Goblins, and the Goblins didn't have anything to hit us with. So we're just gonna sit pretty and gain card advantage and then wait for our chance to strike. And it's coming. It's very close here. Thankfully, also that removal spell with Krinko taking the hit from the removal spell, we are probably not going to see or at least we're not really as concerned about losing our Graveborn Muse. Oh, there we go. Reanimate. Awesome. Let's go ahead and... So, let me think about this. I think what we do is we go and play the Mutavault here, and then we're going to get out... We're going to pay for and play our Graveborn Muse. So, with Graveborn Muse, it's a 3/3 for 4 that at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw X cards and you lose X life, where X is the number of zombies you control. And so the reason I played Mutavault here, speaking poorly today, Mutavault here is that during our upkeep, we can actually activate our Mutavault in response to the ability and get ourselves 1 additional zombie and end up... We lose 4 life, but we get to draw 4 cards and essentially be way back in we'll have regained almost our entire starting... Well, more than our starting hand. Whereas everybody else has kind of played a number of cards and they'll be down. They won't be at 7 cards. Like we'll be 9 cards basically on our first main phase next turn. So that's a huge advantage. Now we won't want to overuse the Graveborn Muse, so we may have to find... We'll probably ultimately we'll play our Ghoul Caller Gissa once we have the chance, which actually may be next turn, so that when we get to the point where Graveborn Muse is killing us too much, we'll just sacrifice it to the Ghoul Caller and stop the damage flow that's going out there. So again, I think that we just hold back. We don't attack anybody. We just wait and let Graveborn Muse do us right next turn. So let's shuffle back over to the Elves. And the Elves here, they're now realizing, maybe not mistake so much, but they're going to have to do the same thing. We really need to play catch up. And thankfully we can play catch up here. So Goblins has been taken down enough because it's missed a land drop. So unless they get another ramp spell, the Goblins may be out of the game for a while. So let's see what we get here. Presence of Gond. Not really what we wanted to see, but that's okay. It's a enchantment that allows you to make more elves. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to tap 1. We're going to play Glimpse of Nature, which is a really, really, really powerful card. It's normally what's used in combo elf decks, but we only have one copy here for Commander, so we're not going to be able to take as good advantage of it, because essentially what you do in a what's known as Elf Ball strategy is that you play one Glimpse of Nature, you have a card called, or a playset of a card called Nettle Sentinel, which untaps whenever you play a green spell. So Nettle Sentinel combined with stuff like, well, and this is a weak version of it, but there's another card, another elf that does a similar thing that's better. So Birchlore Rangers allows you to tap itself and another creature. Well, just tap 2 untapped elves and be able to add mana to your mana pool. So what you do is you'd use Glimpse of Nature, you'd cast a creature, it'd untap your Nettle Sentinels, you'd tap them down to get more mana, then you draw some more cards using that mana with Glimpse of Nature. Presumably you draw into another Glimpse of Nature, which you then cast, and you just keep like tapping and untapping your elves, playing more and more elves until you combo out, essentially. So we're going to play our Glimpse of Nature here. We're going to, actually, we have to tap a forest to play Birchlore Rangers, because we cast a creature spell from Glimpse of Nature. We draw a card. It was a forest, which is great. Let's go ahead and play that forest. We're going to pay 2, play Elvish Visionary, which Elvish Visionary, when it comes to play, we draw a card, and also when we cast a card, we get to draw a card. So we drew into Leyline of Vitality, which is not too bad. Kind of late in the game now, but that's okay. And then we're drawing, that was from Glimpse of Nature, so now we'll draw one from Visionary, Reliquary Tower, that's great. It's good that we have it, but obviously, it always could be better. So let's go ahead and we're going to, because of the way Birchlore Ranger's ability works, it's not a tap ability. It's an activated ability that specifies just 2 untapped elves you control. So because it doesn't have a tap symbol in it or any other restriction, we can actually tap both of these elves that just came into play to be able to add a green mana to our mana pool. Then we'll tap Arbor Elf to untap a forest. Then we'll tap that forest again to play Pendlehaven Elder, which, because since we cast a creature spell, we'll draw one from Glimpse of Nature. Oran Reef Fastwood. Well, that's kind of unfortunate now that we just played all of our elves out of our hand. Yeah, elves are popping off, definitely. Well, that's kind of what they do. But I know I was saying this at the beginning of the stream, Toby. So these decks are all meant to be like beginner type decks. Pretty simple, straightforward. They're monocolored. They're all focused on different tribes. I have 10 of these decks. So these are just 3 of the 10. And the idea is that these kinds of casual beginner player decks, they're meant to be played against each other. So yeah, they're definitely these elves are definitely popping off, but I've spent a lot of time fine tuning it so that they pop off, but they don't pop off so badly that they just win every time they're played. So that's the goal. Now we're closing in on critical mass here. We're getting, we're getting a lot closer than we probably want to, but that's kind of how it goes. And hopefully, well, I'm hoping essentially that the zombie deck will draw into a Wrath effect or something else that can help stemmy the tide of elves killing us all. Okay, so that's all we can do. We're really tapped out here. Pendlehaven Elder will give us a different option next turn where we can maybe consider, what we'll do next turn is we'll probably play our commander Azuri, Renegade Leader, and then we won't have enough mana to be able to do much else, but what we can do the following turn for elves is Yeah, balancing the decks to have a chance. That's exactly what it is. And it's not perfect, mind you. Sometimes these decks can get really bad hands, or just that I find out that a card that I hadn't actually seen played yet, or at least seen played in a particular situation, totally wrecks everything. But I want them to be as close to Empower as I can get them, so that, like, I want it to be almost like some players, like, how a board game night, how I might invite a bunch of people over to play, I don't know, Munchkins, or play Forgotten Island, or something like that, like just a regular, normal kind of board game night. I want these decks to be like a board game night, where nobody has to bring any decks. Nobody has to like really know the ins and outs of all of Magic. They can just pick up one of these and play it really easily, and nobody has like a super big advantage over everybody else. And so far, it seems to have worked. I've seen Goblins, especially, has taken a lot of effort to try to make not be the best deck. I figured out Elves a lot better because I just have more experience playing elf decks, actually. I did have a legacy elf deck for a while, so I kind of know how they operate, and I know where the like linchpins are that really break the deck. And thankfully, I can keep most of the linchpins out, and having a 100 card commander deck has gone really well, because it means that I don't have, I don't have a play set of, well, what is it? I'm trying to think. Not Hermit Druid, Jesus. What? Some of the elves that tap for however many elves you control. So I pulled, or like not being able to have access to 4 of those has helped a lot. Okay, so Goblin time. Let's go and untap. Draw a card. It is, oh, thank goodness, it's a land. Thank goodness. So here we're stuck. So we really wanted this land last turn, which it's okay. We can manage, but it gives us a choice here. We really could do our Mizium Mortars and blow away the Pendelhaven Elder. We could also Mizium Mortars and blow away the Graveborn Muse. And both of those are really good choices. The other choice, obviously, is playing Goblin King this turn. But I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm just like, I'm not sure. It's... I'm thinking about what I want to do here, because if I hold back Mizium Mortars one turn, I can pretty much guess that Azuri is coming out next turn, just based on how elf decks operate. It's a pretty good chance that Azuri is coming next turn. And with Azuri coming next turn, we really want the ability to go and kill it. At the same time, Graveborn Muse really is going to be a problem. And... Harm. Let me think. It could have been true. Let's see. It could be that if we play Goblin King here, then it makes us seem like a bigger threat than we actually are. If we play Mizium Mortars, we won't be able to slow down Elves necessarily, because they're still going to get Azuri out next turn. We could kill Graveborn Muse and slow down zombies, which I think basically right now I'm torn between actually playing this Dark Dweller and setting up Dark Dweller for next turn, rather than playing Goblin King here, because Dark Dweller Oracle will be less of a menacing threat than starting to pump up my goblins. And it also allows us to possibly... You know what? Let me go... I think I'm going to... I'm going to go ahead and do Dark Dweller Oracle. So what I'm going to bet on here is that I be able to get additional card draw next turn to try to get myself a land. Because I really need more lands if I can help it. Especially because, essentially, if I can get myself up to Mizium Mortar's level, then I'll be golden. If I use Mizium Mortars now and take out Greatborn Muse, yes, I possibly cripple the zombie deck, but the zombie deck is really kind of vying for top position right now. They're a bigger threat than I am as far as the goblins are concerned. So I think that it's smarter to try to let the goblins and the zombies go at each other for a turn and see where it leads and just bide my time, essentially. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that and leave it going here. If I leave up some blocks, because I could, well, and so now the question is, do I attack elves here or not? And I think I'm not going to deal enough damage to warrant it, because I could always turn around and play Goblin King next turn if I need to, and then still probably get in a lot of damage, even though, because elves are going to have, I mean, like, there's a good chance that elves are going to build up one more turn and not, because they won't be able to play Izuri and activate it with any sort of significance next turn. So I have one more turn where they'll probably play a number of cards and be unable to make too many good blocks. So I'm going to go ahead and do this and just let the zombies have it. Also, let me know if it gets too dark. I've noticed that my light in this room has slowly been dying because it's getting later in the afternoon. So let me know if you're having trouble seeing stuff, and I'll try to rearrange my light so that I can, it's not too dark in here. Let's see. Okay, so zombies' turn. Like I said, we're going to go to our upkeep, and actually, I think that I'm going to tap Mutavault to activate its own ability and turn it into a zombie. So I'm going to lose 4 life. Let me get out some dice here. So I'll be at 36, and I'll draw 4 cards during my upkeep from Greatborn Muse. So I drew into Curse of Disturbance, 2 Swamps, and Nihil Spellbomb. So that's not too bad, actually. So let's go ahead and put that into our hand. We'll draw 1 more card, and that is Newscraft Mob. Ooh. 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 Ooh, I'm excited. Because, well, I guess I can't quite play that this turn, and neither can I play Mikaeus, the Unhallowed. So I think that I went ahead and sorry, I did that a little too fast. I'm going to go and play Nykthos Shrine to Nyx here, because we do actually have access to 4 mana. Doing that, because we can just do this, activate it here, and we get mana equal to the number of mana symbols that we have. Black mana symbols in this case. So we'll get 4 mana from that, 5. We could play our commander. We could do Curse of Disturbance. I think that... Let me think. It's not enough to play this Newscraft Mob, unfortunately. So I think that we will here go ahead and get out our commander. So we'll activate Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, get us 4 mana there, 5, and we'll play Ghoulcaller Gissa. So now when we need to, we can sacrifice Graveborn Muse. And most likely next turn what we'll do is, instead of activating Mutavault, we'll just lose the 3 life and draw 3 cards. Now at the end of the turn, so We have a few options. We could discard our Newsgraph mob here if we wanted to. And that almost sounds useful, but I'm wondering if maybe we just go ahead and discard a swamp for now. So what we could do next turn, the play that we could do is we could discard Newsgraph mob right now, and then play Reanimate next turn after we, and then I guess follow that up with Mikaeus the Unhallowed, so we get a zombie. And the other thing here is that the cool thing with Newsgraph Mob is that each time somebody casts a spell, it removes a +1/+1 counter from it. So once it gets to 0, it dies. But Mikaeus the Unhallowed will keep it alive with its Lord ability for giving it +1/+1 and Undying. But if Newsgraph Mob dies, maybe to Ghoul or Gissa, the Newsgraph mob will go into the graveyard with no +1/+1 counters. So then the Undying will occur, and it'll come back into play with 5 +1/+1 counters. Well, I guess actually 6 +1/+1 counters. So yeah, that's what we're going. That's what we could do. I don't know that I want to lose that much life with Reanimate. So I think that's why I'm thinking I'll go ahead and discard the swamp here. And then next turn, I'll just slow play. I'll do stuff like I'll get Mikaeus out, or I'll get Newsgraph Mob out this turn, because I don't know that anybody has the ability to just annihilate Newsgraph Mob this quickly. So I think I'll just go ahead and leave it at this, and not, again, just kind of not attack, because I don't need to attack. So let's go ahead and go back to Elves and see what kind of mischief our Elves can get up to here with an additional turn of being alive, with everybody not killing them immediately just for being Elves. Okay, untap, draw a card. It's a forest. That's good news. So let's see, what can we do here? How much mana do we have access to? We have 4 here. Then we have 3 up here. We have 7 mana. So not quite enough for... Well, so what we can do... So what I'm thinking about is that we have Presence of Gond here. We could start pumping out 1/1s. We could also play Ivy Lane Denizen first, and then play our commander, so we can put a +1/+1 counter on it and make it a little bit that much stronger. We could also just play our commander and leave up mana to be able to regenerate things, which may be what we... That may be what we do, just because we could get attacked next turn. Yeah... So actually that calls into question whether or not, let's see. Maybe, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Well, I was thinking about maybe switching it up, and instead of playing a forest, we play Oran Reef the Vastwood. And so we can make some little changes here. I don't want to make too many big changes, like having to redo entire turns if I can possibly help it. But let's go ahead and do Azuri. We don't need the Wirewood Lodge, so in case it gets blown up, we'll go and tap it for mana here. And we'll play Azuri, Renegade Leader. It's a 3-cost 2/2 with pay a green, regenerate another target elf, and then you can pay 2 colorless and 3 green for 5 total to make elf creatures you control get +3/+3 and trample. So kind of our goal here is going to be, hopefully maybe we can draw into one of the bigger mana producing elves or something like it. And then we'll just activate Azuri like 2 or 3 times in a single turn and take somebody out of the game, essentially. And then the following turn, we'll do the same thing again. Okay, so let's pass on to the Goblins and see if the goblins can get more land and hopefully replay Krinko sometime this millennia. That would be good. Untap, draw a card. Let's see what we got. Bloodmark Mentor. Well, that's not too bad. That's actually pretty good. The regenerating part kind of sucks, but yeah, this is good. So we get this. Let's go ahead. So we really need to get going on the card draw. So I'm going to go ahead and activate Dark Dweller Oracle, and I'm going to sacrifice this beast because it just doesn't do any, there's no bonuses or anything with our deck with Bloodmark Mentor or Goblin King or stuff like that. Like, we're just not going to get any benefit from it. So we're going to go ahead and sacrifice this one to activate Dark Dweller Oracle's ability, and it exiles the top card of your library, and then you may play that card this turn. So what we're hoping to see is we're hoping that the card that we reveal off the top is a land that we can play, and it is not a land. But that being said, it is Cheer Fanatic, or Cheering Fanatic. So when Cheering Fanatic attacks, choose a card name. Spells with the chosen name cost 1 less to cast this turn. So that is in our exile. We could use that to replay Krinko, which is a good idea. It gets us 1 mana closer, but we also have to actually do something. So, I'm going to go and, well, I can't really risk it. So, I don't want to give up Goblin War Driver quite yet. So I'm going to go ahead and play the Cheering Fanatic from exile and just kind of cry a little that it wasn't a land or a ramp card. We should have more stuff like Pyretic Ritual in the deck. Thank you, Cuckoo Clock. We should have more of Pyretic Ritual or kind of red ramp cards in the deck, so I'm kind of hoping to see one of those, but I guess we'll find out. So let's go back to zombies very slowly. So, Toby, do you have a favorite deck that you've been playing lately? Is there something that is there a tribe or a theme that you've been really interested in but haven't gotten to see or haven't gotten to play yet? And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to go ahead and go into these zombies. So like I said last turn, I'm not going to activate Mutavault. I'm just going to let the 3 zombies here count for Graveborn Muse, which is 3 zombies. I will draw into, oh my gosh, Grave Titan, a Swamp, and Deathmark Prelate, which is a 2/3 zombie cleric for 4 mana, and it has pay 2 colorless. It may just be a regular. You know what? Let me take a quick look. I was thinking that was a zombie because I'm pretty sure that I left it as a zombie, but let's go ahead and check Prelate. So it is a regular human. This guy right here, unfortunately. I can go ahead and put that on screen real quick. So yeah, there he is. That's the. I think that's the only. Yeah, there's only one version of it, so it's only in Legions. So it has sacrifice a zombie, destroy target non-zombie. So it was meant to be like a repeatable removal. Oh, okay, Jury. Yeah, I actually know that card. I haven't played Jury yet. I have a copy of it. It was I think it was one of the last sets that I ended up getting. I was interested in doing that exact thing, but trying to do it in Commander as a Rakdos deck because I don't have very many. I have only like 2 Rakdos decks, and I've been kind of thinking about maybe getting another one. So I've been eyeing Jury as a possibility, but I hadn't quite got there, like formalized a real idea about what I want to do with it. But yeah, no, I know Jury. Okay, so we get those 3, then we draw a card for the turn. It's a Swamp. Wow, this is so good. So yeah, this is going to get crazy. So let's see, we have We have the ability to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana just from that. Ouch. Jeez. Holy crap. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, Mikaeus seems like the logical choice here, but since I drew Grave Titan, it's kind of like it's Grave Titan. Grave Titan. You have to, when you draw Grave Titan, you have to play Grave Titan. So I'm going to go ahead and get Grave Titan out, and that gives us 2 zombies. So Grave Titan, 6 cost 6/6 Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you put 2 black 2/2 zombies onto the battlefield. So we have a fun sleeve here for our zombie tokens. It just says "I want brains" with that guy. Oh no, those aren't zombies. I need to grab the zombies. Okay, yeah, here we go. 2 zombies. Wow. Wow. Okay, so we really don't want to completely die from Graveborn Muse now. We've drawn quite enough cards. We can always bring... Yes. Well, it's an older card, so yeah, I mean, not that you haven't seen any older cards or anything. I just mean, like, it's actually a pretty good card, and I ran across it while going through some of my card collection and noticed it and was like, why don't I have this in the zombie deck? Like, geez, holy crap, that's like exactly what I need, because I didn't have as much removal as I wanted, and I was trying to find more like really flavorful zombie removal cards, and it fits perfectly, even if it isn't a zombie. So let's do this. We'll get these, and we will... Let's see, we have 9 cards in hand. We'd have to discard 2 cards. So let's go ahead and think about what I want to do. I think I may just use this opportunity to discard 1 or more zombies. And I think that, well, yeah, I think I can safely pay a black and go and get this Nihil Spell Bomb out of my hand. So I only have to discard 1 card, and it's probably going to go ahead and be this Newscraft Mob right here. But then I can leave this open for the next turn. So at the end of just before my next turn, what I'll do is I'll sacrifice Graveborn Muse to get myself some additional zombies. It'll also leave up the ability, so people kind of know that I could do this. And so if I sacrifice Graveborn Muse right now, then somebody could, somebody could target Grave Titan and kill it, which wouldn't really be all of that ideal. So we want to, in case somebody targets Grave Titan, we want to be able to sacrifice Grave Titan to the ability and be able to get a bunch of zombies all at once. Yeah, Muse could draw hate. Muse already should draw hate just by having drawn 7 extra cards that nobody else got to draw. You should be concerned if anybody's drawing more cards than you. So that's why I don't want it to kill me, but also, yeah, it could draw hate. And I mean, I don't know. I'm in the best position right now. It doesn't really matter that Azuri is out. Like, the number of Azuri activations that's going to be needed to like really catch up with the zombies right now is probably 3, and I think they could maybe only do, I think they're close to being able to only do 2 right now. So yeah, Elves is second place right now. Oh yeah, so also the reason I'm not attacking here is because, again, these are some of these are really just support cards rather than attacking cards. They'll serve as blockers if I need to, but generally they're just going to hang around for now. especially because I don't have a zombie lord to really make them, to pump them up a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and hang back again. Next turn will definitely be Grave Titan and these zombies attacking. If I manage to make it to the next turn with them, that's what I'm going to attack with. That's what's going to start dealing our damage. So let's go ahead and go over back to these elves. With the elf stuff, we're going to untap. We don't have any shenanigans during our upkeep. We'll draw into Wild Beastmaster. Oh. That's a card. Okay. So I'm a little excited here. How much mana do we have again? So we have, this comes into play tapped, unfortunately. Don't have any ability to untap it. So that's just going to be an unfortunate thing. We probably should have played it last turn then. But what this means is that we can essentially allow Wild Beastmaster to kind of be another Azuri. A weaker Azuri, but still an Azuri. So what we're going to do is, first thing, we're going to pay 4 mana and play Ivy Lane Denizen here. Then after that, we're going to, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So these two, one taps for green mana, one untaps a forest. I tap it again, and then I'm going to tap 2 elves here to add another mana. And we're going to go ahead and play Wild Beastmaster. So Ivy Lane Denizen has, whenever another green creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And then Wild Beastmaster has, when Wild Beastmaster attacks, each other creature you control gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is Wild Beastmaster's power. So, since a green creature came into play, we're going to get we're going to put a +1/+1 counter on Wild Beastmaster, which means that next turn, when Wild Beastmaster attacks, it's going to act like an elf lord and pump all of my elves up. And not only pump it up, but because I can tap Pendlehaven Elder... No, wait, I guess I can't anymore because it's already 1/1. So I can tap Pendlehaven Elder to pump up these elves, and then pay the 5 mana to use Azuri to pump up even more. And each of these elves will get... so it'll be 1 here, and then 3 here, and 2 here. So we'll be getting 6 power on each of these elves next turn. So that's really good for us. And this also means that we can hang back, and we have the ability to protect 1 elf if we need to. We can't protect more than that since we're tapped out, but I think that it's okay because we're putting all of our cards on the table, but it means that our next turn, we're doing that because next turn we'll be able to make a really strong attack. Hey Simon, my little smooth arena, my arena smooth brain is too dumb for paper magic. No. Well, I mean, like, I haven't played arena at all, and I think we talked about that, but that's why I'm kind of going through each of the steps here and explaining everything that I'm doing. No, this is not historic magic. This is just regular Commander. It's just that I have these beginner decks. I have like these 10 different beginner decks that I use to essentially teach people who are really new to Magic or have never played before. So each of them are like, there's 10 of them. There's 2 for each color, and then I broke it down into, so since they're each monocolored, each of them also focuses on a different tribe, and with that, one tribe is what I call a big tribe, and then the other tribe is what I call a small tribe. And so these are 3 of the small tribes for black, green, and red. Last week I played 3 big tribes, and so this is something I'm going to try to do every Sunday, is just play these beginner decks and kind of slowly go through each turn and explain what I'm doing for each of the things, at least in maybe a little bit more detail than I might normally do, because I'll do that more or less for each of the streams that I do. But with the zombies, elves, and goblins are the small tribes for black, green, and red. Their respective big tribes are demons, hydras, and dragons. And the idea with doing them all tribal decks is that it's really easy to kind of for somebody who doesn't really know much about Magic. It's easy to kind of read a card and be like, oh, this commander does stuff for elves, and I have a bunch of elves, so they naturally kind of go together. It's really easy to kind of grok and piece together what you're supposed to do with them. So even though there's kind of some complex mechanics that you can do with all of the cards, it's still kind of easy for a beginner to put together. Okay, so with this elf turn, I'm kind of out of mana. I'm just going to sit back and sort of menacingly, stare down the other players at the table. Toby, I think I'm going to do just 2 games a week. I'm definitely going to try to consistently do Sundays as this kind of casual Sunday stream type thing. And then I'm going to try to do... So I work during the week, so I can't do a midday stream during the week. So it'll probably be in the evening for me, at least. And it'll be probably Wednesday or Thursday is what I'm thinking. I'm used to playing online with... So, like, during this whole COVID thing, I had been playing... I have some friends that were streaming Magic, and I'd play against them on their stream on Thursdays. So I'm kind of used to doing Thursdays, so I may continue that, but I'm also kind of leaning towards maybe doing Wednesday instead. So I haven't really made that decision. It'll probably be just based on how I feel during the week, whether I do Wednesday or Thursday. Next week is going to be difficult. I'll actually be out of town and I won't be able to stream anything, but I think that's probably going to be how it is for a lot of people. Because I'm not going to be even at home, but I will be able to, I say that I'll be able to stream next Sunday, but the Sunday after that, I'm going to be out of town. So yeah, so the Sunday after New Year's essentially is the day I'm not going to be able to stream. But then by the week after, like the following week after that Sunday, I may be able to get a stream in. So yeah, Sundays for sure. Those are the days I'm like pretty much committed to making sure that I'm trying to stream on. Okay, let's kind of shuffle our way over back to Goblins and see, because I think that they're on the down and out right now. I don't know that Goblins are going to survive. They're gonna have to like bide their time and like hide in a hole for just long enough to survive whatever onslaught is about to happen. So especially if we don't draw any more lands, that would be very problematic. Let's go ahead and draw a card. It is not a land. That is bad. That is very bad. Okay. So I think that means really we're caught in a conundrum where we want to play creatures, but if we play too many creatures, then we're not going to get ahead of anybody else. So we really want to get to where we can Mizium Mortars and kill everybody else's creatures off, and then once we've leveled that playing field, we can get back to doing our little goblin-y stealing trinkets and shoving our faces into cannons and stuff like that, whatever goblins normally do. So yeah, I think that right now we go ahead and we sacrifice Goblin War Driver. I don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, but since Cheering Fanatic actually gets us mana, we can use that for Mizzium Mortars later on. We really just need more mana, so we're going to have to sacrifice this guy and exile the top card of our library. It is not a land. Again, not good. And Arms Dealer we can't even play, so that's really unfortunate. That's just going to be stuck in exile for the rest of the game. So, oh man, this is... I think what we do is we're going to have to set up for possibly killing off our Bloodmark Mentor next turn, which would have been good because it gives all of our red creatures first strike, but we can't, like I said, we need mana so badly that we have to risk getting rid of it, and hopefully we don't get down to where we're killing off something like Goblin Lookout, which is even better than Bloodmark Mentor because of how much power boost it gives. So, SpaghettiOs. Zombies. We have to pass doing nothing, and like I said, just kind of hiding our head in a hole and hoping that we don't die. With zombies, like we said, going into or ending their turn. So since it's about to be our turn at the end of the Goblin's turn, now that we've survived this whole turn round, we're going to go ahead and activate Ghoul-Caller Gissa. And to do that, we have to sacrifice a creature we control. So we'll go and sacrifice Graveborn Muse. Graveborn Muse is a 3-power creature, so that gives us 3 more zombies. So let's go and grab our zombie pile here. So we have 3 more zombies now. I should probably put that closer since I'm actually doing stuff with it. Okay. 3 more zombies at the end of the last turn. So now we're going to take our turn. Oh wait, did we discard? We didn't discard a card last turn. We were supposed to discard New Scrap Mob. I got just enough distracted. So let's go and untap our lands for the turn. Upkeep, we don't have anything anymore because there's no Graveborn Muse. So then we draw, and it's Buried Alive because this game couldn't have gotten any crazier. Okay, the reason why I'm giggling over here is if you're unfamiliar with old Magic, Buried Alive is like one of those with this many dice. Yeah, so I actually there's a place on Amazon you can buy a pound of dice. So I bought a pound of dice to play, and that's sadly not all of the dice I own. Yeah, not boding well for the goblins. Okay, so Buried Alive, 3-cost card. Search your library for 3 creature cards and put them into your graveyard. Then shuffle your library. And I just love the flavor text on here. Let me put it up on the screen here because it might be a little difficult to see with the sleeve and everything. So the flavor text on it is: the scrape of shovels and the tumble of cold dirt soon muffled their pleas. Oh, it's so good. Okay, anyway, sorry. So what that's going to do for us is that basically now, because we have Reanimate in our hand, we can pay 4 mana and get literally the best zombie card or best creature card in our deck onto the battlefield. Yeah. So, that's a thing. That's a thing that just happens. And even further, we have Mikaeus in our hand. So let's see how much mana that we have first. So if we activate Nykthos, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's enough. This mana is enough to get our Mikaeus out. And then we can also do this, and we would have the mana that we need to activate Buried Alive and Reanimate. So let's see what happens here. So first, let's go ahead and get Mikaeus out. So 1 step at a time. So we activate we get 6 mana. 6 mana gets us Mikaeus the Unhallowed. So Mikaeus the Unhallowed 6 cost 5/5. It has Intimidate, and whenever a human deals damage to you, destroy it. And then also, other non-human creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Undying. So that means that when they die, if they didn't have a +1/+1 counter on it, they come back to the battlefield from the graveyard with a +1/+1 counter on it. So let's go ahead and activate. Well, I mean, we're just gonna let's just go crazy. We can go crazy for a turn. So we're going to go ahead and cast our Buried Alive, and let's see what creatures that we have in here that would just take over everything. And I'm purposely leaving up a black mana in case I need it. So let's see. Ooh, Gravespawn Sovereign. It's a 6 cost 3/3. Tap 5 untapped zombies you control. Put target creature card from a graveyard into play under your control. That seems like probably a good one. Let's see. We could do that. We could also do Death Baron. Skeletons you control and other zombies you control get +1/+1 and have Death Touch. Yeah, they pay 4 mana, X life, win the game immediately. That's literally what... I mean, not quite, but yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to do. Especially because, if you've never heard of some of these old zombie cards, Noxious Ghoul, 5 cost 3/3. Whenever Noxious Ghoul or another zombie comes into play, all non-zombie creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. That's almost certainly the one that we're going to get. I knew that it was in the deck. That's almost certainly the one that we're going to get. Undead War Chief. Zombie spells you control, or zombie spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, 1 colorless less, and zombie creatures you control get +2/+1. So that's another choice that we could do. Grey Merchant, which is, I mean, it's not gonna drain everybody for their full life yet, but it could be one that we decide to put into the graveyard. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking that most of those are probably the ones that we want to choose from. I think Noxious Ghoul is almost certainly the one that we're going to get. We may go ahead and get the Gravespawn Sovereign just because it means that we can immediately use it to get out Noxious Ghoul, because we don't need to kill everything if we can get everything from our graveyard. So I'm thinking those two most likely. And then I'm thinking the smart play is just Grey Merchant. So I love these other two zombies, but the fact that we can sacrifice Grey Merchant to Ghoulcaller Nissa or Gissa, and then immediately bring it back with Gravespawn Sovereign is the play that we want to do. Yes, exactly. That's kind of the balance that comes with these decks. So I was talking about it with Toby here a little while ago, that the thing that we're really that I really tried to do with these decks is balance them in a way so that any one of them could really take over the game. And I mean, so that like all of them have a chance. All 10 of these decks have a chance. Played in any combination, they could take over the game and win. And the thing that this comes down to is that both the Elves and the Goblin deck are especially really good really early in the game, and they can get really amazing hands and take over. But if given the chance, if given enough time, and there's definitely been enough time, we're at 7 mana here. You know, like I just played my 7th land, so turn 7 is a good turn for shenanigans like this to happen. Being able to do something like Buried Alive in this, it's to be expected at this point. So it's been enough time that I'm actually kind of happy to get to see the zombie deck make it this far, basically. Because it could just have easily been some other way. The Elves could have I mean, the elves are about to, attack with 7/7s essentially next turn. So let's go ahead and finish shuffling. These 3 are in our graveyard with the Buried Alive. And now we are going to use our last mana to play Reanimate. We will play Reanimate and get Gravespawn Sovereign onto the battlefield. And we lose life equal to its converted mana cost, so we lose 6 life from that. So we will be at... 26 is what we'll be at. And then we will immediately tap 5 zombies to put a creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield. We are going to put Noxious Ghoul into play. And once it comes into play, all non-zombie creatures get -1/-1. So let's take a look and see what dies from -1/-1, which will be something. It's not going to be quite everything, but it'll be a lot of things here. Ghoulcaller Gissa definitely gets -1/-1, but it's a 3/4, so she's going to survive for sure. Looking over here, so this was a 1/1, this is a 1/1, this is, and this is. These are all going to die, unfortunately. So let's see, these were tapped. This one isn't. Unfortunately, so the thing here is that even though Azuri has the ability to regenerate target elf, -1/-1 actually still annihilates it. It would regenerate really only matters with damage, actual damage. So unfortunately, Azuri can't regenerate any of my creatures to keep them alive. So I could tap mana using these elves, but I don't have anything to play, unfortunately. I'm just out of cards. So these elves are all going to die, unfortunately. Which really sets me back. Now let's go over here and look at goblins, and I think goblins are almost in the same position. Well, I guess it's actually a little bit better. Goblins aren't too bad because they're going to only lose 1 goblin. The other ones that we had were 2/2s. But I don't think zombies are done yet. So let's go look back and see how many zombies we have and what else we possibly could do with what they control. Because I think that we may actually be able to get another zombie out to wipe the field. And yeah, we do. So, unfortunately, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zombies that we can tap. So again, with some of these abilities, the Gravespawn Sovereign. I saw it Buried Alive up. That's okay. I can switch it over. So Gravespawn Sovereign. I didn't do that right. There we go. Okay. So the way that its ability reads, normally with tap abilities, because Gravespawn Sovereign came into play, as well as Noxious Ghoul, because they came into play, normally you wouldn't be able to tap them to use abilities, but because of the way it reads, it's not using a tap symbol. So you can actually still tap them down to activate Gravespawn Sovereign's ability. And we're using that to bring the Grey Merchant into play. So yeah, -1/-1 is so different from damage. Meat Hook Massacre. Yes. It's very weird how it feels weird how the rules are written for -1/-1 versus other things. And it's just like something you almost have to just like, I don't know, get used to how that works and understand that it's like, have it explained to you that it has some difference, but it's basically all reliant entirely on how the rules of Magic are worded in the in the comprehensive rule book. So it makes sense if you know a lot about the comprehensive rule book, but otherwise it just kind of seems silly. It doesn't seem like it's real in a sense, but Okay, so Grey Merchant of Asphadel is a 5-cost 2/4 that when it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life, where X is your devotion to black. And then you gain the life lost this way. So in this case, our devotion to black, so devotion is just the number of symbols of like black symbols that we have in costs of cards that we control. So right now we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, wait. 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it's pretty much GG. It took too long for elves and goblins. So yeah, 15 life, I gained 30 life. So I'm at 36 here. That's... Oh wait, sorry, not 36. So this is... Let me just grab another dice to make sure that I'm doing this. I'm at 56 life. No, wait, I'm at even more than that. 15. Yeah, no, it was 15, so 30 life lost total. So elves are at 22, and goblins are at... They haven't lost any life yet, but that doesn't really matter now. They're at 25. Yeah, we would concede. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and play it out just to be sure that there isn't something going on, that something extra that maybe the elf or the goblin deck have drawn at this, or could draw in the next turn or two, that could change this around. There really isn't. Knowing these decks, there isn't. But it's normally good to, like in this case, for like casual stuff, going ahead and playing it out is often better, because with Commander, you never know what somebody's going to play. You never know what they have. I could turn around and have some kind of crazy bizarre card that you've never even seen or heard of before that could ruin the game, or like put them back in top spot or something like that. Okay, so, and we still have to resolve all of the rest of the effects with Grey Merchant of Asphadel, because when it came into play, we actually got another Noxious Ghoul activation, which will wipe out the rest of the... The elves will have one creature. I'm going to turn this just enough so that we can see. Ivy Lane Denizen here is a 2/3, so it actually survives. But the other two creatures, the Commander and Wild Beastmaster, they perish. So now we get to go ahead and declare attackers. We're going to hold Ghoul-Caller Gissa back. We're just going to go ahead and attack with Grave Titan at the elf deck. And because we declared an attack with Grave Titan, we get to create 2 more zombie tokens, which will be later used to make more. And actually, that will wipe the field of all non-zombie cards, which actually, unfortunately, does kill our Ghoul-Caller Gissa in this case, which is okay. So we're going to put her in our graveyard instead of our command zone because of the Gravespawn Sovereign. So, standard, no surprise sauce. We have a bit of craziness in this house. We like surprise sauce all over the place. Sorry, so we lose 6 life because we don't have any creatures. We are at 16 life. We're going to untap, draw a card. It is a forest that does us literally no good. So we probably, like I was saying, we would play it out, but I mean like play it out in the sense of seeing if we actually do have any chance at all. And if we can't draw a card to wipe the field this turn, then it's pretty much time to close shop. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that call this game with the cards that I have in hand. I don't think there's anything that we could do immediately, because most likely elves are going to get attacked next turn and die. Let's see what the goblins I think the goblins are done as well, but these goblins are dead. I just didn't reach across the table to put them away. Our card draw is finally a land. Only like 4 turns late. So, yep, that's it. That's Dunzo, I think. I have a grip full of cards, but yeah, there's nothing I can do with it. To be fair, Toby, it's possible that Scarab God is stronger, just in the sense of it's probably easier to tune. It does more when it sort of arrives. Let me double check because it's been a while since I've looked at the card, but I was pretty sure. Yeah, I'm thinking that the shenanigans capable with Scarab God is probably stronger. Plus, getting the access to blue mana is probably really good. Versus I have to play mono black control, which certainly has plenty of great cards in it. I mean, as we just saw, but it still can slow you down in a game where you're playing against stronger decks. This Gissa deck may be too slow just because I mean, like, you were kind of watching from the beginning. I pretty much drew exactly the ideal cards I needed to be able to take over the game with it. So if I hadn't drawn some of those cards, then I would need something in the deck to be able to smooth out my draws until I could get those good cards, which is where blue will come into play because of its draw capability is I wouldn't necessarily say better, just usually more consistent than black's, because black does have the most powerful draw card in the game, which is Necropotence, which we could have access to. I do own a Necropotence, so it could have been put into this deck, but blue just has more regularly good draw cards than black does. You're not relying on kind of loss of life mechanics to take advantage of blue draw stuff. So let's see. I've been going for 2 hours. So what we could do is I could switch it up. I could take, since the black deck just won, if you guys want, or if you two want, what I could do is I could grab either the blue or the white deck and small tribe deck, and we could replay this. We'll keep the green and the red, so we'll keep elves and goblins, and then we can see how it matches up against either. Well, I'm not going to tell you either mono blue or mono white. Let me know. I'm losing a little bit of light here, so I think I'm going to get myself a little bit more consistent light. And when I come back, let me know whether you'd like to see blue or white play against goblins and elves. Okay. Okay. Well, we could. Sorry. Bye, Simone. Have a great Sunday. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow at Mookie's, and we'll see. I guess we'll see more Witcher actually. Probably hear some more about Spider-Man, I would guess. So Toby, I'm going to love to play any of these decks. There's essentially if there's a deck that I don't like to play, then I don't keep it. Like I try to play every strategy, like have a deck for every strategy that I can. But I mean, honestly, if I don't like the deck, I'm not going to keep it. So may have to. I'm going to move the dice though. I think they're going to get in the way of our. They're making too much shadow here. I closed the window for our light source, and kind of I have a little desk lamp instead to try to give us some more light. Okay, so yeah, we'll go and play white. So our small white tribe is actually soldiers. So this is actually compared to all of the other decks that I've built for these beginner decks, the soldier deck is one that I'm still kind of iffy on a little bit. It works, and then sometimes it gives me signs that maybe it doesn't quite work as well as I want it to. And so playing it more often is actually better, because then I can see if there's some cracks, see if there's something actually wrong with it that I could improve. So the commander for it is Odric, Lunarch Marshal. It's a 4-cost 3/3 with, at the beginning of each combat, creatures you control gain first strike until end of turn, if a creature you control has first strike. The same is true for Flying, Death Touch, Double Strike, Haste, Hexproof, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, Reach, Skulk, Trample, and Vigilance. So that big mouthful right there basically means that if any of my creatures have an ability, essentially every turn, every combat, every creature I have has those abilities. Yeah. So I may have Master Tactician in my in the deck here. I may have taken it out. I'm not exactly 100% certain, but we can look at the deck list afterwards. But let me just get finished shuffled here. So yeah, Odric, Lunarch Marshal. So I'm really hoping to just take advantage of creatures that have abilities. And what we'll do is we'll be able to stand up to goblins and elves by trying to find creatures with stuff like first strike or double strike, so that they're always attacking into us at a disadvantage. That's what we're going to hope for. Is that going to work? I don't know yet. we're going to find out, basically. So let me go and finish shuffling, and we'll draw our first hand and see how we're doing on mana and those types of things, because mana is the other thing that we're going to be questioning on. So that's 5, 6, 7. That's actually great. That's what we want to see, because we're a little slow, but at least we have a turn 2 play, a turn 3 play, and if we don't have another land by that point to play Odric, what most likely we'll do is we'll go ahead and equip the Sword of the Animus to our Swordsmith here, our Veteran Swordsmith, an attack to get us our 4th mana. And then we'll be able to kind of start doing whatever we can to, get some good creep, because like Veteran Swordsmith isn't like terribly great, but a 3/2 for 3 that pumps everything up by 1 power on our side is probably pretty good. And if we last long enough, then we can get out this Protector of the Crown and at least get ourselves some card draw, and then maybe not only card draw, but since it absorbs an attack, we can take on one of Elf or Goblin's Alpha Strikes. So let's do it this way. do that. Draw a card. It is, oh my gosh, even better. Endless Atlas. That's our turn 2 play, really. Being able to draw cards for 2 mana. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. That's awesome. That's really good news for us. So here's our planes. Now we need to... Yeah, Sword of the Animist. Oh, you would miss that. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good one. You should definitely, if you can find one, then you should definitely get it, because Sword of the Animist does so well for mono white with ramp. It helps out so much. I can't I can't express exactly how much it helps out. So we have to shuffle up elves. Sorry, we didn't do elf shuffling or goblin shuffling. We'll have to do that as well. So let's see if we can get some crazy hand for elves, and then we can really see it take off. Or, well, and goblins too, honestly. Let's see if we get something useful here. And I say, yeah. If your other decks can afford to lose the Sword of the Animist, then definitely move it over to improve Audric's. So not all of the decks that I have here. I don't try to like make the ideal deck for each of the decks that I build. I typically build just from what I own. So I don't go online and try to find like literally the best Audric deck that I can build. I build the best Audric deck from the cards that I have currently, and then in some cases I'll go and buy a few cards, but I try to limit how much of that I do. Okay, so 7 cards, definitely enough land. Not as much ramp as I was hoping, but with Elvish Sky Sweeper, we actually have... This is actually going to be a good card just in case Audric gets something with flying. We can actually use this Elvish Sky Sweeper to kill it. And that's kind of... This Elvish Sky Sweeper is really good against the other big tribes, because when we look at the big tribes and the other colors, we have demons, angels, dragons, and sphinxes as 4 of our other 5 tribal decks, and the 5th one doesn't do flying because it's green, and there's not really a lot of green flyers. So, but Elvish Sky Sweeper will do really good work against those decks, and in this case, it actually will do really good against Audric, so that Audric can't just fly over us and annihilate us from the sky. So he'll be forced to be on the ground with us puny elves. So, oh no, that's another forest. That's not so good. So let's go ahead and play a forest, and we will go ahead and play our Arbor Elf. And our plan ultimately is to get this out in a couple turns, Guardian Project. So we're going to try to not play any more elves until we get this out, because unless it ramps us a turn earlier into Guardian Project. Because Guardian Project being able to, whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it doesn't have the same name as another creature you control or a creature card in your graveyard, you get to draw a card. So I'm gonna try to draw a lot of cards off of this and get us back in the game and use all of this mana that I have. So right now, I will, after Guardian Project, I at least have access to 2 more elves, and hopefully that will draw me into more elves. So that's what I'm looking forward to on the elf deck for now. That's going to be our go-to strategy for now, is getting there. And thankfully, even if Arbor Elf ends up dying, we will still be able to cast it because we have 4 mana in our hand. Now, hopefully, we won't see a removal spell for our Krinko, and we'll get to actually do some Krinko shenanigans, because I've literally seen this deck. I played this with a group of friends. There was 6 of us all together, so me included, and we each played one of these decks in a single game, and the Goblin deck managed to almost win the game with only 2 mana. the person playing it had 2 land for almost the entire game, and they were constantly like right on the verge of killing people off. And if they had played just a little bit differently, they absolutely would have won, or at least killed somebody off anyway. So yeah, I'm like, oh man, that's why I have to tune the goblins down a little bit. So let's see our opening hand here. 2 land, 3 dark. Did I not shuffle? I don't. I'm gonna shuffle again. That's too many of like the same cards all on top of each other. I'm a little concerned that I'm not shuffling this well enough, so I'm gonna give this another shot. That's the other reason that I like playing casually, like super casually. Do I? Yes and no. If I have multiple copies of a card, I try not to reuse too many of those copies for sure. But if I don't really have anything else, then I don't really have anything else. So I go ahead and do it. And the glory of it is that I have so many different color combinations, because I do have at least one deck for every single color combination. And you can kind of see that in the bio for my channel. You can see, I think that I put it in there. You can see what I currently have for decks. So you can kind of see that just by virtue of having so many decks as I do, I'm going to be repeating strategies, right? You know, like there's going to be there's going to be multiple sacrifice decks, so to speak, or there's going to be multiple aggro decks. Like each of these decks are aggro. So it's like, I mean, I have 2 Torbran decks, for instance. So it's like there's going to be some cards shared between those decks. Not like a ton of cards, but there's going to be some cards. And as long as the deck overall feels a little bit different in how it plays, then that's what I'm looking for. So even if they do both have some of the same sacrifice outlets, as long as like they're utilizing it in different ways, like say one of the sacrifice decks is sacrificing as many times as it possibly can in a turn, versus another deck is using it just to recycle some utility creatures, you know what I mean? Then that's the important part. That's what I would try to do, is try to make it work that way. Okay, maybe this is enough shuffling. I don't want to spend too long doing that. Oh, this is a lot of different cards. This is good. This is starting to look really nice. Okay, yeah, this is something that I can handle. I can't play too many cards here, but at least I have 2 lands. I have some 3-cost cards. I have Faithless Looting. I think that's good. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I can see that. Well, I think that's a cool way to do it. I just try to avoid buying too many cards. I've bought so many cards over the course of my life that I really shouldn't be buying more if I can help it. So that's, you know, like it's only like very few cards that I'll get. Legion Loyalist. I think I'd rather... So, like I said, we have 2 lands. We have something... This is probably going to be our first turn play, but we do have Legion Loyalist if we want to. Jaya is probably going to be one we discard with Faithless Looting, just because we're so far away from actually using it that it's okay if we get rid of it now. And most likely, looking over here, Elves aren't going to have too many artifacts. I'm looking over at the silly soldier deck, and undoubtedly white is going to have some artifacts. So I'm going to be stuck here wondering if I should... At least 2 other creatures. It's going to be really what I see off of Faithless Looting, because Tuk Tuk Scrapper destroys artifacts, so I may want to keep it just in case soldiers play something, but really Goblin War Chief is what I'm looking forward to. So essentially my thought here is that I'm looking for some more red mana. And if I can get some more red mana, like ideally two more mountains is what I want, then I can play Semblance Anvil, exile either Legion Loyalist, Tuk Scrapper onto Semblance Anvil, and then my fourth turn, I can play both Goblin War Chief and Krinko in the same turn. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to aim for, but it really depends on what Faithless Looting gives us. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We'll set these aside. Same for Thespian Stage. Red, Faithless Looting. Let's draw 2 cards, see what we get. We did not get... Oof, we did not see any land here. So our Jaya is absolutely going to be discarded. I'm kind of thinking that... Man, I don't really want to get rid of Goblin Outlook. I'm really thinking at this point... I don't want to keep all of my higher costing goblins, but it seems like maybe that's what I want to do, because Legion Loyalist would be good if I had a really aggressive hand, but I don't have an aggressive hand. You know, like I'm not playing a turn 1 goblin, then a turn 2 goblin, then Krinko. So I'm thinking that we get rid of Legion Loyalist here, keep our multiple lords in our hand for now, and then kind of hope that we draw into another land. That was our mistake last game, but we don't really have much of a choice here, so let's just hope we draw one more mana. Oof. Okay. Let's go ahead and rotate over. Well, we can look. I have to have it low to keep as many cards as I possibly can in the deck. So, I mean, to keep as many Goblin cards as I possibly can. Let's take a look. I know that it's low, but it has a lot of ramp cards, and I've done a really good job tuning it, but I just get bad hands sometimes, you know what I mean? Let's see, where are we at with Goblins? We are at 35 land, so we're a little low, but we, like I said, we have Curse of Opulence to ramp us with Brightstone Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, and a few other things like that to ramp us. We also have Ashnod's Altar when we get... So, you know, like, our mana curve here, part of it is mana curve as well. So, our mana curve puts us at an average CMC of 2.72. So we're under 3 mana on average. So we really need only 3 land, which is why 35. I think if we go too much higher with our land count, we're going to be in trouble, because then we'll draw too many land most of the time. Still could use some tuning. I don't disagree. But this has been... I've seen the Goblin deck with this many land do just fine. So, yeah, and that's the problem, right? There's so many good Goblins that trying to fit them all into one deck, you end up not being able to. And Goblin Mob Boss actually is in the deck, but like I said, with trying to aim for each of these decks being kind of on equal footing, Mob Boss is just too good of a card, ultimately. It's so good. It's so strong, which is why I'm using this other Krinko, the 10th Street Kingpin, because it's not like weak by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not as strong. It's easy to like essentially go infinite with Krinko, the very first one, Mob Boss. So let's go and draw our card for soldiers. We have a Plains. That's actually really good. That encourages me to go ahead and decide not to play the Sword of the Animist yet. Most likely what we'll do is we'll wait until after our turn 4 is when we'll play it. Because then we'll have the mana to play it and equip. So we'll go ahead and play our Endless Atlas here so that we can consider drawing extra cards if we want to next turn. So let's see. Let's go ahead and move back to Elves and see what we can do with the Elves. So untap, draw a card. It is a forest. So yeah, we're going to hold back on really playing anything. We're just going to play a forest and pass because we'll aim for our turn 3 Guardian Project, and then we'll be able to, the following turn, spit out 2 Elves and draw 2 cards, at the very least. Maybe more. We'll see. We'll see on how many 1-cost Elves I draw. So with Goblins, they're going to untap. Draw, that is not. But that being said, this is actually probably good for us because we can now do, we can tap 2, we can play Goblin Recruiter. So I'm sure if we're playing Mob Boss, then there's a really good chance that you know about Recruiter. When it comes into play, search your library for any number of Goblin cards, reveal those cards to all players, shuffle your library, and put the cards on top of your library in any order. So, we're going to probably choose about 3 Goblins to put on top of our library. Because that's going to get us everything that we need, essentially. Let's see. Let's see what Goblins we want. Because there's one in particular that we're looking for that will say, yep, there's Krinko. Oh, yeah. Did you know about Recruiter? Or Recruiter? Oh, man. That may be what we want. Oh, my gosh. Okay. It's going to be hard not to just, pick every Goblin to put on top of the library. Let's see. Hopefully I didn't pass it. I was pretty sure that we had... Oh, yeah, there we go. That's the one that we're absolutely putting on top. It's Skirk Prospector. So, yeah. Here we go, Onslaught. Let's put that on the screen so you can see. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. I was like, I know that it's in the deck. It's there somewhere. Oh, you knew about the Goblin King, but you couldn't find it. Huh. Yeah, so Goblin King, Skirk Prospector, that's the one that we're getting. That'll basically solve all of our mana problems for the rest of the game. Unless it gets killed. So, yeah, here we go. That's the Goblin King that I was talking about before. We also do one of the other ones that we have in our hand is Goblin War Chief, which we'll be using. And then Recruiter. Let me go and put Goblin Recruiter on the screen for a second. So I have a different version, but these words are a little bit easier to see. So yeah, that's what we're using. That's our hand. We may want to get... We actually probably want Goblin Trashmaster. Other goblins you control get +1/+1, and sacrifice a goblin, destroy target artifact. So that's what we're going to... That's really what we want. Let's see. Let's see what other goblins... Because we don't want too many, because we want to be able to draw things. So let's go ahead and get Warren Instigator. Double strike, and when it deals damage to an opponent, you may put a goblin creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Let's see. I'm thinking 3 is probably the sweet spot, but I'm kind of thinking if there's one other one that we might want to get out to be able to find, just because, you know, it's always good to get the like set up what other turns we want to do. And I'm wondering if we consider, we may want to consider getting Kiki-Jiki, the Mirror Breaker, out of our deck, because it's a lot of mana, but basically if we can get Kirk's Prospector online at all, then we'll be solid. It won't matter. It won't matter at all. Plus we can cheat its cost out with the Warren Instigator. So that's what I'm planning on doing, is I'm going to put those 4 on top and see where we go from there. Because we could obviously get every single goblin in our deck, but that would be a bad thing if in case something screws up and we don't want to have everything killed all of a sudden and not be able to draw anything. Not be able to draw anything but more goblins, essentially. So I think this is the smart play. Well, I think we have to do it this way. So we will shuffle, do this. We want Kiki-Jiki at the very bottom. Then we'll do the Trash Master, then Warren Instigator, and then Skirk Prospector on the very, very top. And that will be our turn for now. That's what we want to do. So everybody else is going to have to get in shape really, 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 really quick, which also probably changes our plans, our initial plans for Audric. We were holding back the thought on doing stuff a different way, but now that we know Skirk Prospector is about to be in play, we want to have a creature out to hopefully put pressure, essentially. So our card draw is Catapult Master. Tap 5 untapped soldiers you control. Remove target creature from the game. That will be good later on. We're going to go ahead and play a land. Then we are going to play Veteran Swordsmith. So like I said, there was a choice at the end of last turn to maybe just activate Endless Atlas instead of doing something else, but really we want to be able to put up a blocker because we could be seeing some goblins raining down on our skulls if we're not careful. And this will provide us with a good enough threat that we can actually, because with this 3/2 creature, we can kill Krenko if it happens to come at us on that first attack. Now, subsequent attacks, not so much, but the very first attack, we may be able to do some blocking. So going on to Elves. Elves draws Mirror of the Forebearers. Awesome. Awesome. So Mirror of the Forebearers, 2 cost to play. When it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type. Then you can pay 1, and until end of turn, Mirror of Forebearers becomes a copy of target creature you control with the chosen type, except it's an artifact. So yeah, that'll help us when we get out a really good elf. We can make Mirror of the Forebearers a copy of it, and then have multiples. So let's go and play a land. And unfortunately, all we can do is just set up things. So we'll play the Guardian Project and just hope that we survive another turn. Thank you. I appreciate that. There's so much to Magic. There's so many things that you can do. There's so many cards available. And it's like, that's why I like to play. I like to build decks. I like to do just things that nobody else is doing. I mean, that's not to say that I actually do have an original thought, which I really, really, really don't generally. But, there's just so much available out there that I keep finding reasons to go and reinvestigate something that I haven't done before. And that's why I have like nearly 100 commander decks, because I could rebuild this elf deck like 5 different ways and have a completely different deck, or the goblin deck, for instance. There's so many different things that we can do that I want to keep building. I want to keep exploring with what I have. Which I have. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I finished building 2 different EDH decks. So I built a slime tribal deck And I also built a devil tribal deck as well, which it sounds like I only build tribal decks. It just so happens that all I've been playing is tribal decks. So, I mean, lately anyway. So, let's go and pass. We're going to go to Goblins. We know what we're going to draw. It's going to be Skirk Prospector. We're really, 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 really hoping that there isn't a removal card, because we're kind of in a lot of trouble if there's a removal card. So let's go ahead and we're going to tap a mana and play Skirk Prospector, and then we're actually going to call it good here and just cross our fingers, which isn't a good place to be, but you know, that's the hole we dug for ourselves. Okay, soldier time. And this is also where, you know, like with competitive play, turn 4 would have been like when a lot of competitive decks would be like, okay, you should be winning the game already. I just don't build decks that way generally. I just generally don't like to. So let's go and draw a card. Let's see what we get. Preeminent Captain. Oh my gosh, that's really good for us. That's really, really good for us. Okay. Yes. Preeminent Captain. That's what we like to see. We actually may play this instead of Audric, because instead of attacking with Audric next turn, we'll attack with Preeminent Captain, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to play our land for the turn, then we're going to pay 3 for Preeminent Captain. So it's a 3-cost 2/2 first strike Kithkin Soldier that has, whenever Preeminent Captain attacks, you may put a soldier creature card from your hand into play, tapped and attacking. So with the soldiers that we have stuff like Protector of the Crown, and we also have the Catapult Master. So we're looking really good with this Preeminent Captain. We'll be able to we'll play Audric next turn, then we'll attack with Preeminent Captain and get another soldier into play, and they won't both have first strike because Audric's ability actually activates at the beginning of combat before you declare. So the creature that I put into play won't have first strike, but most likely what it means is that I will, next turn, I'll put Protector of the Crown into play, tapped and attacking, and when it comes into play, I'll become the Monarch, and for that, I'll get to draw extra cards for free, because most likely they... Oh, you need that Audric deck list? Well, let's see what we can do. Hang on. And let me pull up the deck list. And if you trust me, this is an Architect link. So, hopefully you trust Architect links. I don't know if it's the deck building site that I've been using. So here's the link to that deck list, Beginner Soldiers. Since we were talking about the Goblins, I already had my Architect link, like my page up to look at stuff, so it wasn't too difficult to pull this list up. But yeah, you can see kind of what I'm doing, and what I'm aiming for, and hopefully you like it. I've liked it so far, and like I said, I know that there's room for improvement. And there's definitely going to be choices that you may not necessarily, that might not seem like why would you put this in here? But a lot of the reason that I'm going to put cards into this deck is just because of, you know, like I said, I'm not trying to tune these decks to play against every deck that you can come up against in like online or in a card shop or something like that. The idea is to tune them against the other decks, so it's based off of what other decks might pull out of their deck, so that I can kind of counter it. So there's always, you know, like trying to build a counterplay between stuff. So okay, Preeminent Captain, here we go. We have that out. We don't really need to attack, and like I said, being able to sit here and block a Krinko is still pretty good. So, especially when I don't have Audric out to be able to have first strike on everything. So let's go ahead and rotate over to our Elf deck and get to see if Elves have done or can do anything extreme-y. Oh, crop rotation. Oh, okay. Crop rotation. Okay, so let's go and play a forest. We will pay 1 to play Elvish Skysweeper. Because we played a card, Guardian Project draws us a card. We draw Copperhorn Scout. That's good. Let's go ahead and tap another one. Play Copperhorn Scout, which draws us a card, which is Elvish Joiner. Ooh. That's good. We could play it this turn, and I think maybe we're going to. So let's go ahead and... Well, actually... Let's see. I'm thinking about what I have in the deck. Let me look at the... Normally, if I was playing these more often, then I'd be able to just be like, oh yeah, I have this in the deck, so obviously I'm going to play it. So crop rotation may be what we want to play first, just based on what lands we can actually get out. It's looking like... No. Okay, so I was curious if I had left a Nykthos Shrine to Nyx in this elf deck, and it doesn't look like I have. So I think that... yeah, I think now I'm going to go ahead and play the Viridian Joiner. So I tap 2, I tap Arbor Elf, it untaps a forest, I tap it again to play Viridian Joiner. When it comes into play, I get a Guardian Project trigger, which gets me Helix Pinnacle. Chin scratching sounds. Okay. So, that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. So Viridian Joiner is a 3-cost elf that's a 1/2, and it has tap, add an amount of green mana to your mana pool equal to Viridian Joiner's power. So if we had the ability to pump Viridian Joiner, then we could get a lot of mana out of him. And we will want to do that at some point, but we just need that pump first. So I think that means most likely our next turn is going to be... It'll depend on what we draw, but most likely we'll play Azuri and see if we can't get into one of the Elf Lords and see if we can pump Viridian Joiner enough that we can get a lot of mana out of it. And maybe we can also consider playing around with Helix Pinnacle. Crop rotation is going to be great for pulling out. There's a land that has pay a green, tap, and untap target elf, so we'll use that to get more mana out of Viridian Joiner. So for now, that's all we're going to do. And somehow, Goblins, even with white out here, and stuff like Swords to Plowshares and such being possibly available, especially with 1 white mana up, we managed to survive an entire turn cycle without Skirk Prospector dying. So that's absolutely what we're going to do. We're going to draw a card for the turn, which is Warren Instigator. We knew that. We're going to pay 2, sacrifice Goblin Recruiter to Skirk Prospector to get out Krinko 10th Street Kingpin. Oh man. Oh man. Oh boy. We're going to get goblins out the wazoo. It's going to be goblins all up in here. But that'll be next turn, not this turn. Let's go ahead and rotate back over to the soldiers and take their next turn here. While I hydrate a little bit. Let's see. What are we doing? Here is untapping, drawing a card. It's a Plains. Awesome. That's actually really good for us. Because we are going to want to we'll play Audric this turn and cheat in Protector of the Crown. But we are going to want to keep playing cards and being able to next turn probably... this turn we'll do this. The turn after that will cheat in, most likely will cheat in Catapult Master, but before that we'll play the Sword of the Animist and equip it to something that we're attacking with. So this turn, we'll go ahead and take, we'll pay 4, play Audric, and let's see. So Audric, we want to go to combat. At the beginning of combat, basically all of our creatures gain all of the abilities of everything else. We only have first strike right now, so that's fine. So we'll go ahead and have both Audric and Veteran Swordsmith gain first strike. We will then, we don't need that. We will declare attackers. So Preeminent Captain is going to be declared at... I think the Goblins is the safest one because the Elves do have enough that they could kill our Preeminent Captain even with 3 first strikes, so we don't really want that. We don't want that to happen. So we're going to attack Goblins, which won't be able to do that at all. And because we declared Preeminent Captain as an attacker, we are going to put Protector of the Crown, which is a soldier, into play. When it enters the battlefield, I become the Monarch, and then all damage that would be dealt to me is dealt to Protector of the Crown instead. So as long as, if we're not worried about commander damage, then we're actually fine with whatever happening. So let me see. I know I have some Monarch cards. It might be good to go ahead and mark it, just so that I don't forget later, because it's undoubtedly going to forget. Let's see. Is this Construct? No, that's not what I want. Not a mirror either. Yeah, I just have piles of tokens to do. Clues. I don't need clues. It's not in there. I'm almost afraid that I don't have a Monarch card on hand. I don't really want to get up and go find it, so if we don't have one, then we may have to make one. I have like, oh, there we go, awesome. We have a Monarch card. That's what I like to see. Okay, let's not waste too much more time on that. So the Protector of the Crown, though, is a 3/5 because of the Veteran Swordsmith. So I think the Protector of the Crown is actually going to go after the Elves. And I think that in this case, both of them are not going to block. So the Elves are going to go to 37, which it's not that big of a deal. 37, that's not a lot of life. And the Goblins will go to 37 also. Because, again, the Veteran Swordsmith gives it another +1. So 3 damage from each. And now I basically don't have to worry about taking damage. I can just first strike the creatures that I need to first strike. And then say screw it with the rest of the damage because Protector of the Crown will take it. So I'm going to end my turn, and because I am the Monarch, I draw a Nomad's Assembly. That's really good. We are going to absolutely use that in the coming turns because we are going to quickly empty our hand with Preeminent Captain and then get a ton of tokens. Okay. So let us rotate a little bit and go to Elves and see if the Elves can draw into one of their lords and really get the mana going. The mana is flowing. So let's draw a card. It is Oran-Reef the Vastwood. I'm not sure whether I want to play that yet. So I think that since in lieu of having an elf in our hand, we're going to go and pay 3 and cast Izuri. And when it comes into play, I draw a card from Guardian Project. It's a forest. That wasn't really what we wanted to see. let's go ahead and... I'm going to go ahead and do the crop rotation now. So I pay a green to cast crop rotation. So it's 1 green, and as an additional cost, you sacrifice a land. So I'll go and sacrifice the forest that I played. Oh, no, wait, I guess... Let's see. I haven't played a forest yet this turn. So that was what I already had out. So now I get to search my library for any land card and put it into play. And I am going to go ahead and put Wirewood Lodge into play once I find it. Yeah, there we go. Wirewood Lodge. Tap to add a mana. Green tap, untap target elf. So, quickly shuffle here. Go ahead and do this. And crop rotation into the graveyard. Let's see. So I have some more mana, but I don't really have much that I can do with it, unfortunately. Let's go and play a land for the turn. And I think that... I'm kind of thinking I want to go ahead and play Mirror of the Forebearers Naming Elf. Because essentially my reasoning here is that... Oh wait, yeah, is that how I want to do it? I think actually I want to switch this up. Instead of playing a forest, I am going to play the Oran Reef, the Vastwood, out of my hand. And then instead of tapping, because it comes into play tapped, I'll actually tap Arbor Elf to untap a forest to then pay the rest of the cost for Mirror of the Forebearers. So my idea here is that if I do draw into a mana elf next turn, then I can actually make Mirror of the Forebearers a copy of it, and it will be able to tap for mana, even though the original one can't. So it's the idea is setting up for future possible turns now. Okay, let's pass and see where Goblins take us. Because Goblins is in a kind of... We need to really see what we want to do here, because untap, draw a card. We know that we're not drawing more of... We're not... sorry, I'm spacing while I'm talking. We're not drawing land. We still have one more Goblin to draw before we draw. We could possibly draw a land. So we want to attack with Krenko, but Krenko could die. So we want to really see about what can we do to lessen the possibility of it dying. And I think that Goblin Chief... Well, we can't play Goblin Chieftain yet. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Especially with the first strike. So Audric has really made this tough because we can't attack into Audric. We could attack into Elves, but they would almost certainly pile on and block us to death. This is tricky. This is a tricky situation. Hum. Well, I think we're not going to be able to get out any other goblins if we don't attack. So I think the only thing that we can do is go ahead and attack with Krenko, 10 Street Kingpin. When we declare him as an attacker, he gets a +1/+1 counter on him, and then he creates tokens equal to the number of equal to his power. So we get 2 goblins that we can sacrifice for mana. For the manas, so we do at least get this. Then the question is, who do we attack? And we're going to... We get first strike to death from Audric. So we're going to go straight for the Elves. So the question is, what does the Elves do in response? Do they block and sacrifice a creature? Because everything that I have would die in a single hit. So we're going to block... We'd have to block with 2 creatures. If we block with Azuri, we could always replay Azuri and have an additional draw. The question is, do we risk something else dying. And I think that... Let's see. We draw an additional card, but how useful is that? Really? Compared to, we have the mana that we need to just go ahead and try to Alpha Strike somebody with Azuri. So it's... For me, my logic is thinking that we don't want to sacrifice Azuri on just 2 damage. We don't want them to get goblins, but like I said, our response is that we can give each of our creatures +3/+3 and trample if we need to, and strike back. Especially striking out against the soldier deck that's hiding behind its abilities. So, yeah, I'm kind of thinking that we just take the damage here. And this isn't a decision that I'm making solely on the like, I'm not trying to help the goblins out here. I'm just trying to do a risk assessment on what I can do and what I stand to lose if I block. Because if I don't block, if I take the 2 damage now, then I have 4 creatures that are each dealing 4 damage. At the very least. And most likely, I'll also... what I really can do is that I can actually... I'll be able to play a land next turn, and after I give Viridian Joiner +3/+3, I actually can tap it for 4 mana, and with this mana left over, I can actually reactivate Azuri again. So that seems like a better plan than just and that would be attacking with just 3 creatures instead of with 4 creatures. So I think that that's actually a better plan for next turn rather than blocking here and losing one of my elves or losing Azuri. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. And they just get 1 free attack this turn. When I start making elf tokens, I'll be able to chump block elf tokens and then attack in response. Or pump something up high enough on an off turn to be able to block Krenko. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Which means that now, since the Goblin deck managed to get an attack and retain both Skirt Prospector and Krenko, what we want to do is go ahead and tap 2, sacrifice a Goblin to get a red mana, and get ourselves out Goblin Chieftain to give our Goblins +1/+1 and haste. Other Goblins. So now Krenko is 1 power stronger. So next turn, I'll make even more Goblins and be able to get even more mana. So in that sense, that's a plus in my book. I think that's the best play here. I could be wrong. Mind you, I could easily be very wrong. There could be a better way to do this. But from what I'm seeing, this is just my evaluation. So I'm not an expert. I'm just a silly fool playing Magic. Let's see. Let's go ahead and spin all the way around here and look at soldiers again. So, did I even draw a card from Monarch? Yeah, I did. It was Nomad's Assembly. Okay. Jeez. I was like, wait a second. Did I do this? Untap, untap, untap. Draw a card for the turn. It is Swords to Plowshares. Well, there you go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to pay 2. We're going to play Sword of the Animist. We're going to pay 2 more. Equip it to Preeminent Captain. Then Preeminent Captain. What are we going to do here? You are now a 4/3 first strike for sure. So... I think that we absolutely are attacking this turn. We need to think about who we want to attack and why we're attacking them. I think that the elf deck, both of these other decks stand to lose a lot from me attacking them with Preeminent Captain. Just 4 life for sure, but could be more than that. I need to think about, actually... Yeah, so, okay, so what I'm doing here... Preeminent Captain can first strike all of the creatures. So I'm going to do a little tricksy here, because I think that this is probably a good play. I'm going to declare attackers with Preeminent Captain on the Goblins, because with my 4/3 first strike, I could take out everything that they have. So even if they block with everything, it won't matter. So most likely they'll either chump block with the Goblin or not chump block at all and just take the 4 damage to the face. So that's good for me. I get 2 triggers. I get a Plains into play tapped. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Plains into play tapped. I also get a Catapult Master. Now, like I said, the card coming into play is not going to have first strike on it. It's just going to be a regular creature with whatever abilities it has. And in this case, it's going to be Catapult Master. Catapult Master is just a 3/3. It's a 5 cost creature for a 3/3 for 5. And no extra abilities. And I'm going to actually send it over to the Elves. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm hoping to bait a block. I'm hoping that they're going to see Catapult Master, decide it's too good to leave alive, and try to block it. And if they decide to block, that's when I will Swords to Plowshares and put a stop to it. So I keep my Catapult Master and they lose out on the attack. And whatever else they block with. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Catapult Master into play, tapped and attacking. The Elves. The Elves here, in this case... for the same reason that they wouldn't block the Goblins is the same reason that they're not going to block now. They stand too much to gain by not blocking and just Alpha Striking next turn. I think that they still don't block here. It's only 3 damage. Like, if it was more damage, then obviously I would block. If I stood to lose more life than just 3. But in this case, it's better to just go ahead and take it and not risk whatever could possibly happen. So the Elf deck is going to be down to 32, and the Goblin deck is going to be down to 30. Let's see. Am I counting that right? 532 as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, because the Elf deck lost 2 life from the Goblins. That's what it is. Okay. So that's the end of this turn. I'm going to draw a card. And it's a Plains. Hey, that's great. That's great news. So what's going to happen, what they don't know is that this Nomad's Assembly is the card that I'm going to play next turn. And Nomad's Assembly, it's 6 cost sorcery. Put a 1/1 white core soldier creature token onto the battlefield for each creature you control. And then it has rebound, so if I cast it from my hand, I exile it as it resolves. And at the beginning of my next upkeep, I cast it again for free. So the idea here is that my next turn, I'm going to cast Nomad's Assembly, get 5 soldiers, tap those 5 soldiers to exile something, and then my next turn, I will get 10 more soldiers, which I'll be able to then start exiling 3 creatures a turn instead of just 1. And I can, especially with, so once I get Vigilance, if I get something with Vigilance, then I can attack, and then on other people's turns, I can tap soldiers down to exile creatures. So it's going to be super sweet here soon. The moment I get that Vigilance is going to be like the light of my life. So we resolve the damage. We ended the turn with Monarch, so we can go ahead and pass on to Elves and see if we're going to... it's a pretty big likelihood that we attack this turn with what we have out. That could change with our draw, and our draw is a forest, so it obviously is not changing. We are underdrawing creatures and overdrawing that. So let's see what we can do. we can activate this, give ourselves... So I talked about last turn how we could... Now, what advantage does that give us? If I get one more of these creatures, if I get one more Viridian Joiner, do I can't activate an extra time. Okay, so yeah, instead of activating that, so I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to pay 5. We need to think this through. Thinking this through. Thinking smarter. I is done the smartness, I think. We actually do want to create a second Viridian Joiner. I'm pretty sure we want to do that. I'm pretty sure. Yes. I am certain that this is the thing that we want to do. I think. Maybe. Yes. Sure. No, wait. Does that screw us up? It does screw us up. Okay. It screws us up too much. So we need to pay 5 for to activate Azuri. Then we tap Viridian Joiner for 4 mana. So we have 4 mana now, with 4 mana floating. Do we have a green dice here? Not one that's good for us. Okay, let me just do it red. So we have 4 mana. We use one of that mana to activate Wirewood Lodge. We use one more of that mana. So we activated Wirewood Lodge to untap Viridian Joiners. Then we used a second mana, so we had 3. Now we have 2. We activate it here to make a copy of Viridian Joiner. And then we have 4 mana to tap, 1 mana floating to activate Azuri a second time. Because this is 4 more 5. We have 1 floating. Now we have a Viridian Joiner that has +3/+3, and we have 3 other creatures that have +6/+6. With that leftover mana, why not, just because we can, we'll go ahead and play Helix Pinnacle. Let me actually put this down here. So Helix Pinnacle is a 1 colorless, it costs 1 green, it has Shroud, it has pay X, put X tower counters on Helix Pinnacle. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 100 or more tower counters on Helix Pinnacle, you win the game. Which is super silly, but it's a fun card to play. Nobody plays this card, generally speaking, like unless they have infinite mana. But in like a casual build like this, it's kind of a fun thing for beginner players to be like, yeah, that if I don't really want to attack, then it's something that I can still feel like I'm doing something and still win the game. Okay. So now we have to decide attackers, and I think that our attackers, these 3, need to absolutely go after the soldier deck. We have to take them down some pegs. This one, unfortunately, is not very big and can absolutely be blocked and killed because it's only a 4/5. So we're going to send this 4/5 over at the Goblins. Now let's see. Let's talk first about the soldiers. The Goblins are pretty much just going to take it to the face because they have enough health and they can just kind of do that. When it comes to the soldiers, though, so we have 3 7/7s coming our way. That's a lot of damage. And nothing we have can really take that can afford to take that damage. So I think that it's just too darn bad, and we're going to have to take that damage, and that means that Protector of the Crown is going to actually take all of that damage and die. Which means that we can't quite do what we were hoping to do with Catapult Master, but I'm sort of okay with that. We can actually still activate Catapult Master next turn, but we just may not be able to do it in the ways that we were hoping to do it in. So do that, and like I said, the goblins are going to take the 4 damage from Mirror of the Forebearers, and that will be it for the turn. Actually, well, let's see. We do actually still have Azuri. Let's go ahead and have Azuri attack towards the goblins. We're going to separate our attacks a little bit. So that means that goblins are actually taking 6, 8, 12 damage. They're actually going to be at 20 life instead. And we're still kind of okay with that. That's a lot of low health, but we're going to be attacking and doing some crazy stuff this turn. So we're okay with goblins doing that. Untap, draw a card. Kiki Jiki, which we can't quite do much with this turn. Let's see. But we're going to do something crazy, though, because of Goblin Chieftain. So we're going to sacrifice this other goblin for red mana. We're going to pay that red mana, so I have 2. That gets us Warren Instigator. And Warren Instigator, you are absolutely going to make this go bananas. Because we're going to have a lot of fun here. Okay, so go to attacks. We are going to attack with everything towards the elves, because the elves deserves it. Okay, so when we declare attackers, the Krinko gets a second counter, and I get to make 4 goblins. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 goblins. That is in trigger for attacking. But we also have, after that, we have a first strike setting because of our double strike on Warren Instigator. So Warren Instigator is going to deal 2 damage to the elf deck who can't defend themselves. So elves lose 2 life from Warren Instigator. That's going to allow me to be able to put a goblin card from my hand into play, and that goblin card is going to be Goblin Trashmaster. And Goblin Trashmaster is going to give my goblins +1/+1. So now we go to regular combat, and Krinko is going to deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. And then from Goblin War Chief, we have 1, 2, 3. So that's 8. And then Warren Instigator gives 3, so that's 11 damage, which puts the elf deck down to 19 life. And because Warren Instigator dealt damage a second time, now we get to put another creature into play, another goblin. So we are going to, let's see. We're going to put, just almost certainly going to put Kiki Jiki, the Mirror Breaker, into play. Oh, that seems really good. That seems really, really good. Okay, that's essentially all we're going to do this turn, because we don't want to do much else other than this. We want to leave up blockers for the soldiers, because now what this means is that no matter what people try to do, my Krinko is going to start getting so big that unless they can kill it outright, then I can just keep making more and more goblins to play as blockers for whatever they're doing. So it doesn't really matter what they attack with. I guess the elves do have trample, but all I have to do is essentially survive one attack and I can kill them in response. So that's good news for us. And especially with Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker out, I can make a copy of either Warren Instigator or one of my Goblin Lords and get more damage out of stuff. So, yeah, I'm happy about this. Now, with soldiers, we untap. We don't have any kind of upkeep. We just untap here, draw a card. We are now vulnerable to damage. Ooh, a plane. So now we actually are looking for getting something else. So, because let's see. So we drew a land. I think we still want to do 6 to play the Nomad's Assembly. So Nomad's Assembly, we get a soldier for... Oh man, did I may not have pulled soldiers out. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to draw ourselves a soldier card here. And actually, we'll pull out 4 of these. We may not draw all of them, but we'll draw the first one so that's on top. So now what we can do is we can just threaten to exile stuff. If somebody thinks about coming after us, we can just exile the cards that come after us. And next turn we'll be able to exile more. So, and what they don't know is that we did draw into our Swords to Plowshares. So we can exile 1 more than people generally think that we can. Oops, I forgot to grab the marker to do this with. Soldier. And this is more of a warrior, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'm trying to think of like, I don't know, like Trojan kind of thing here. I don't know if this necessarily works like I wanted to, but that's okay. There we go. So maybe a little bit. Oh, I guess I could, let me color in this inside portion. That would be colored in. There you go. Now it looks a little bit better. Okay, now we have soldiers. I need to remind myself to pull out some of the soldier tokens for this deck. Okay, so we have 4 soldiers. We don't really need to attack. We just need to hang back and play defense this turn. And exile, like I said, exile things as they come. It's really... We want to wait to see about the... We're kind of afraid of the Elves trying to do another Alpha Strike on us. So we'll wait to exile things then. But at the end of their turn, if they haven't attacked us, then what we're going to do is we're going to exile some of the goblins at the end of their turn. Because even if that means that we lose the Monarch, we still are able to... We'll get rid of Krinko and we'll get rid of Kiki-Jiki. We actually may consider leaving Kiki-Jiki and we'll take out the... Skirk Prospector, actually, is what we'll do. Just because, yeah, leaving Kiki-Jiki out means that they can they can get another additional Lord or an additional Warren Instigator. But with as few cards as they have in their hand, there's not going to be money cards that they can get out with Warren Instigator. And we can definitely survive 1 attack from them. And then, because our next turn, we'll have a lot of soldiers. So we'll be able to exile anything that comes our way, more or less. And by getting rid of Kirk Prospector, we cripple their mana and basically make Krinko unplayable for the rest of the game. And also, then we can start picking off the other good cards that Kiki-Jiki has. So, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Going back to Elves, let's go and untap. Hopefully, hoping here that we actually draw an elf that we can start doing stuff with, because, like I said, it's not in a good position to just draw all of our... Oof, that's not good at all. Gravity Well, oof, that's really for the other decks, so Man, we're kind of looking at what we want to do here. And I think that... See, our problem is if we don't attack this turn, as the elf deck, we just have essentially lands in our hand. I mean, Gravity Well is useless. If we don't attack this turn, they could the soldier deck could definitely exile us, because that's the position we're in. If we do attack them, they'll exile our creatures. If we don't attack, then they might exile our creatures anyway, which is, and then we don't get an attack. That's not good. So that's not a creature anymore. If we, let's see, now we could just pump into Helix Pinnacle. That's always a choice. We could attack the Goblin deck, but if we cripple the Goblin deck too far, then the soldiers will absolutely come after us, because then they won't be in a position to come back. So we don't want to kill the Goblin deck. Man, we are not in a good position. Like, we are like one elf away from going kind of crazy if we can, because if we can draw an elf and play an elf and do that multiple times in a row, then we'll be really good. But if we can't do that, if we just draw another land next turn, then we're really, really screwed. We're really falling behind. I think that the smartest thing that we can do is just see about how much mana we can get and pump it into Helix Pinnacle as a sort of, we're not doing anything, but we're not doing nothing. If that makes sense. So, and this is why we're also doing this, is so that we can... That's also why we have this card in here, just in case something like this happens, where we don't have a good choice and we want to still do something. So we have the ability, let's see, we have 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. We have 8 mana with this. Oh. I screwed that up real bad. Yes. Yeah, I screwed that up a little bit. I don't know how much that changes things. It would have changed it enough that I would have blocked, so I wouldn't have had as many elves this turn. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, oh well, that's just... Sorry, the thing that I just realized is that Copperhorn Scout untaps each other creature I control, so I almost certainly would have blocked Warren Instigator and stopped him from being able to put 2 goblins into play. I wouldn't have blocked Krinko, so there's not much I could do about that, but man, that would have changed up a lot. We're just going to pretend I decided not to block, which would have been a bad decision, but that's where we're at now. Okay, so this is... Let's see. If we pay 5 here to activate that, then we... Let's see. Do we get more than... Let's 7, 8, 9. Do we get more than 9 mana doing this? So we pay 1 to activate. We pay 5 to do this. These each tap for 8 mana. That's 10 mana. Then we can... Is it worth it trying to activate it again? Because if we tap 4 here, 5 here... No, it's not worth it. So we're just going to, well, actually we can, so that's 8. We can tap this. No, let's see. Sorry. I'm thinking in my head out loud what this can get us mana wise. Because if we do this, we can tap, let's see, if we tap it like this, then we get 4 mana each. We do this to untap, that's 12 mana. So 12 mana is what we're hoping to break. So instead, if I do 4 here, 5 mana, which gives us a second activation, that means that this is tapping for 7 mana. So let's tap 7 mana, tap this, which untaps our elf. We have 6 floating. We can tap for another 7. So that actually is 13. So we can get 13 mana. So let's go ahead and do that. We get 13 mana on here, on Helix Pinnacle. Then we can go to combat. We can decide to attack with Copperhorn Scout, which untaps each other creature I control. So we're going to untap each of these. Copperhorn Scout is a 7/7. So we're going to attack the, let's see. Let's go ahead and attack the... We don't want to play Kingmaker here. I think that if we attack the soldiers, they lose an activation. Because they can only activate it once. They're going to want to activate it on something over there, on the Goblins, because I don't have anything good that would really need to be activated. So I think that means that we... we're going to attack the Goblins and force them to do some kind of blocking. Because we don't... Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. So most likely... Let's see. The Krinko... the Kikijiki here can tap a creature... Or can tap to create a copy of a creature I control. So if I copy Trashmaster here, if I make a copy of it, then the Trashmaster that comes out is a 3/4/5. Is a 5/5. So I can actually block with 2 goblins and soak up all of the damage, and then I don't lose too much out of that trade. So I kill the Copperhorn Scout and take no damage. I think that's what I do. So I lose 1 token for sure. And the Elves lose the Copperhorn Scout. But the reason that I did this is because the Copperhorn Scout dies. That's fine. Because we actually now, on our second main, we tap and get a bunch more mana into Helix Pinnacle. So we actually get 7, 14, 15 more into this. So we are actually, let's see, let me get some 10-sided dice here. Oh, there we go. So we are at 27, I think, let's see, I said 15, 28. So it's actually 28. We have 28 mana into our Helix Pinnacle, which is over a quarter of the way that we needed to be. That's pretty good. That is definitely really good. Let's spin our table here and look at our Goblin deck. So actually, like I said, at the end of the turn, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Swords to Plowshares, Skirk Prospector. It's exiled. It's gone. I think that in response, I sacrifice it. I snackerfice it to destroy the Sword of the Animist, because I have that ability with Trashmaster. So Sword of the Animist is going to go bye-bye. Then the guys over here, they're going to tap down 5 cards and 5 soldiers and exile Krinko 10th Street Kingpin. So now the Krinko is actually exiled as well, and it's not going to go to the graveyard, so we probably really do want it to go into the command zone here. So here we are in the command zone. We're really going to hope to draw some manas. That's what we need. Draw a card. Oh my gosh, that is insanely unfortunate. No, it was about to go off. Pin and Blade. 3 cost, 4 equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. So with Krinko 10th Street Kingpin, that's going to deal some damage because he attacks and he has +1/+1 for each creature you control. So then he creates that many more goblins. He just basically over doubles however many creatures you control. So, oh my god, that would have been good, but we are now like insanely far away from that. So, what's our next step? We only have 2 mana. They still have 3 blockers, which isn't good. Actually, so the other thing, once they exiled King Street Kingpin, I was actually going to sacrifice it to destroy the Endless Atlas. So that's gone as well. But we're not really in that much better of a position. So let's do this. We're going to tap 2. We're going to play Goblin Lookout. We just need to deal as much damage to the soldiers as we possibly can. We need to kill them as quickly as possible and hope that we do it. We probably won't, but we don't have any mana and all of our stuff is too big. So we're going to have to attack with Warren Instigator to progress our board anyway, which kind of forces them to block. So I'm going to attack with these 3. Well, let's see. I'm going to tap Kiki Jiki and make a copy of the Goblin Trashmaster. I'm doing that because, let's see, is that the smartest play? Do I just force them to have to block 2 Warren Instigators? Because I think that's actually what we do. Instead of giving +1/+1, we're going to instead give them a copy of Warren Instigator. Like, basically make them block more Warren Instigators. So let's go ahead and draw that. Like, make a Warren Instigator so that we don't forget that that's what's happening. So let's see. Warren Instigator. Warren I. Our PI here. DS for Dark Souls. Right? Let's see. Let's do that. We need 2 sharp ears, very, very sharp for goblins. A kind of a thin nosy thing. We don't want to make a devil. We want to make a goblin. So we need a long nose, a long droopy kind of nose. Maybe a wart here, and then we'll do 2 big wide eyes that are like, what the hell is going on? And maybe like gritting their teeth. And finish this off like this. Very, very thin. That's our goblin. I think maybe a little bit more of a neck here. That's our goblin. So 1 sword on this side and 1 sword on this side. He has swords for hands. He's goblin sword hand. That's our Warren Instigator. So we double up our chances of getting goblins out of our hand, which basically means that they're forced to block and most likely lose their creatures, which leaves everything else. And because our Goblin Lookout has haste, we are absolutely going to tap it, sacrifice a goblin, and give everything else +2/+0. So that's our attacking coming after the soldiers. Okay, so that means this guy is a 6/4. This guy is a, let's see, 2/3, 5/3, and then the Warren Instigators are 5/3 double strike. That seems really good. These goblins are, they get the +2/+0, and then these guys are 5/3s as well. That's good. Okay, so that's a lot of... Let's see what we're looking at damage-wise. We could let them get the Goblin Instigators out. Keep those out, because we can always block them later with regular soldier tokens. And just try to clear up the rest of the creatures here. So what we could do, because we're at full life here, so we can actually take a lot of damage. We would be taking 30 damage, we'd be down to 10 life. Ugh, that's not good. Oh, and this is tapped because we lost our swords to plowshares. So, I just didn't turn the table to show that. So, let's see. We probably don't want to take that much damage. Let's see. We can't lose the Catapult Master. We probably should have tapped for the Preeminent Captain instead, but that was my mistake earlier. So 30 damage is way too much because we could basically be killed off by anything else. It may be true that I think maybe this just means that we play Odric. We replay Odric next turn. We block here with these two to first strike, help to basically first strike kill the Warren Instigators, and we'll lose both of these. But then the Catapult Master will first strike the Goblin Chieftain, and that means that I will take 3, 4, 5, 6. It was 6, 4. Yes, that makes sense. Okay. We'll take 6 and 16 damage. So that's a lot better of a number. I think that's what we do. Okay, so we lose this guy and this guy, but we retain the Catapult Master because it survives based on first strike. Oh, come on. Come on, come on. Stop catching. Here we go. This is what we look like. We lose Monarch. Unfortunately, Goblins gain our Monarch. But we're in a much better position. The Elves are on the run. The Goblins are also probably going to peter out here pretty quickly, especially with as few creatures as they have. This is gone, and the token that we have is gone, so we're gonna do this real quick. Okay, let's see. Let us... thank you, Entropy. You're very kind. Oh, no, hold on. Don't run away. Entropy. You said last time that you remembered a Leviathan card, right? I was looking through cards the other day, and I pulled out the Leviathan card to show you that I have some. So I wanted to make sure that I remembered to show you that. Let's see. I draw a card from Monarch. It is not a land. That's going to be fun. Okay, and soldiers, they ended up taking a crap ton of damage. It was 16. I was at full life before. So instead of 16... instead of 40 life, I'm at 24. So we're still above everybody else, but we're at least now closer to on par with everybody else. So let's go ahead, untap, upkeep. Our upkeep, we get to cast Nomad's Assembly for free, which gives us 6 more soldiers. They can't attack this turn. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6. Is that? No, that's 7. Okay. Here's our soldiers that can't attack. But they can exile things, so that's good. So we have that. We draw a card for the turn. It is Palace Sentinels. Ooh. Well, if we weren't going to waste all of our mana on Odric, then that would be good. So let's go and tap 6. Play Odric from our command zone. Now we have the ability to exile 2 creatures if we want to. So we do want to exile a couple of creatures at the very least. It just depends on how many creatures we want to exile. And I think that, let's see how much, so 20 life, how much damage can we deal in one turn? So we can deal 9 damage total. So that's not really enough to do much, but we can start crippling other decks. So let's go ahead and let's tap 4, tap 5, this soldier right here. And that will exile. That's going to exile Izuri, Renegade Leader, on this elf deck. Because that's really the key to getting as much mana as they can, is that card. So once they lose that, they lose the ability to attack me. They lose the ability to ramp up mana. So even though they can replay it and reactivate the ability, but it's going to take most of their mana to do that, and I can I can keep exiling Izuri every turn. So what we're going to do also is we're going to pay 5. We're going to tap 5 of more of these soldiers, and we're going to exile. Let's exile Kiki Jiki, because I think that even though he could copy, he's able to copy the other cards there, but without the ability to, like, I think just by exiling the ability to make copies of goblins, we're going to sufficiently crush them. So I think that's what we do, and then just hang back. And the soldiers are going to basically just slowly, very slowly, knock them down until they can't do anything. So let's see. So we have untap, upkeep, draw a card. Elvish Visionary. Let's go and play a forest. We're just going to try to draw as many cards as we can. That's our best bet. I mean, at this point, yes, we could push a bunch of mana into Helix Pinnacle, but we're just slowly running out of time. And we can't, if we just ramp out of, we can, with ramp and Guardian Project, we can essentially try to push ourselves out of the rut that we're in. So we're going to play Elvish Visionary, which draws us a card, and Guardian Project draws us a card. We drew a forest. And Wirewood Herald. That's really good. Let's go ahead and play Wirewood Herald. And when we do that, we draw a card, which is Nettle Sentinel. Let's go ahead and tap 1 and play Nettle Sentinel and draw a card. It is Wirewood Symbiote. That's really good. Let's tap this forest and play Wirewood Symbiote, which draws us a card. It is Collected Company. Oh dear goodness. Yeah, that's really what we want. That honestly is what we wanted to see. So let's go ahead and pay 2 here. We have 2 more from Viridian Joiner and the Arbor Elf. So the Arbor Elf untaps a forest, and then we tap it again. So let's play Collected Company. I look at the top 6 cards of my library. I can put 2 creature cards with converted mana cost 3 or less each onto the battlefield from those 6 cards, and then put the rest on the bottom of my library. So let's look at what we have. So we can't do that. We can't do this. We can't do this. So we only have 1 creature out of this. So that's Elvish Mystic. Elvish Mystic is going to come into play, and because it did, Guardian Project is going to allow us to draw a card. This is what we were supposed to do, 3 turns ago. And it's a forest, of course. Of course it's a forest. That's how it is. So now we have a ton of these cards and not much else that we can do at this point because we can't untap enough to really do much of anything. So I think that's all we do for now. Okay. Wirewood Herald is going to be good once we can kill it, but for now it's just going to be what it is. So let's look at Goblins. So Kiki Jiki is exiled. It is gone. Let's untap, upkeep, draw a card. It is Quest for the Goblin Lord. We are absolutely going to play that. It is never going to get activated, but that's okay. And then we're gonna end the turn because we actually can't do much. We can destroy something. We can certainly destroy the Mirror of the Forebearers, but it's not going to do us any good, so there's no point. At the end of our turn, we finally draw our third land. Holy crap. Okay. Let's spin this around and see how soldiers are doing. Because I think soldiers are probably going to win at this point. They're doing way, way too good. Let's untap here, draw a card. It is a Johnny Goldmane. Okie dokie. That's really, really good. So, let's see. Yeah. That's excellent. That is so good. It's astounding how good that is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go and play a Johnny Goldmane. I will also pay 4 and play Palace Sentinels. And when it enters the battlefield, I become the Monarch. So Goblins are definitely out of sorts. I don't see them coming back into this game at all. Especially when I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So a Johnny Goldmane is a Planeswalker. Costs 4 mana. Comes into play with 4 loyalty counters. It has... You can gain a loyalty counter. Hey, Gergie. Glad you're up. You can gain a loyalty counter to gain 2 life. You can subtract a loyalty counter to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and those creatures gain vigilance. And then you can -6 to create an avatar creature token with power and toughness each equal to your life total. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to remove 1. I'm going to give each of my creatures +1/+1 counters. So I'm not going to mark all of them. I'm just going to mark some of them. Yeah, your goblins did try. They were very, very close. They almost got there, but soldiers just got there more. Unfortunately, that's just how it turned out. So these soldiers all have a +1/+1 counter. These guys all have a +1/+1 counter. And finally, we have this one guy here kind of in the shadows with a +1/+1 counter. Okay, so now all my creatures have vigilance. And when I go to combat, they now have first strike. I am going to... Let's see. They have a lot of blockers, but it may still not be enough. Let's see how much do I have to exile something. Because I don't... They have 7 creatures to block with. I have 10 of these, so they're absolutely going to block these 3 and 2 more of these to try to stop themselves from dying. So I am still going to deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's not quite enough. It's not quite enough to take it down. So I need to kill Elves this turn. That's what I need to do. So I need to attack, and then I need to exile 2 more creatures with with my Catapult Master, which allows me to move this down here and let's see. Oh, no, wait. That's not quite enough. I need to exile one creature, though. I think that's what I need to do, because because Preeminent Captain's going to attack. It's going to put Custody Soulcaller into play tapped and attacking, which will just be a simple 1/2, but that doesn't matter so much. Let's see. Yeah, so none of its abilities are going to matter. It's just going to deal that 1 damage. So if I didn't put this into play from my hand for free, then I would need 2 creatures because they deal the extra 4 damage I need to get to 19. It'll be 20 damage, but if I put this creature into play, which I mean it does with Preeminent Captain, then I only need to use a thing to exile 1 creature. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I attack with all of this stuff at the elf deck. I tap 5 in response to it declaring attackers to exile. Let's see, what do I exile? Actually, they don't have 7 creatures. Oh, they don't have 7 creatures. They have 6 creatures because I was counting Mirror of the Forebears, but Mirror of the Forebears is not a creature, and it's not going to become a creature anytime soon. So let's see, that changes things a little bit. Because that means that they can only block 6 creatures. These 3 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. Let's see, is that correct? That still may be enough. Let's see. Those 3, these 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus. No, wait. This is 10, 15. Wait, am I miscounting? Let's see. I need to make sure I'm not miscounting here. I may have miscounted. Okay, so these 3, these over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I still need to exile 2 creatures. I think I miscounted somewhere. So I tap these down as well. We're going to exile 2 creatures. That gets us to exactly 19 damage. And I still have, because I had Vigilance, I still have 4 creatures untapped. Yeah, soldiers got a little crazy. What do I exile? I exile this guy. That's a 2/2, and then I exile Wirewood Symbiote, which, yeah, I think that I activate its ability. Let's see. I forgot about the ability. So I'm going to activate its ability to return an elf to my hand. So I'm going to return Arbor Elf to my hand to untap Viridian Joiner. So I have 5 creatures to block that I can block with. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage. So that isn't enough to kill me if I block with everything. And I kind of have to do that if I'm going to try to win this game. So that's all of my creatures completely and totally. This is not looking good for elves. Okay, so I'm at 2 life. So I can't do virtually anything. And now, because of that, I need to go a little slower. Let's see. The Monarch gets activated, and I draw another card, which is Skull Clamp, because, of course, this game needed to be even more crazy. Soldiers needed more crazier cards. That's obviously true, of course. Okay, untap the Elves. Let's draw a card. Presence of Gond. Right, that's a thing. That doesn't do me any good whatsoever. Let's play an Arbor Elf. draw a card from Guardian Project, which is a land, completely useless. Let's go ahead and pay 5 for Azuri Renegade Leaders, since it costs 2 extra and it's died once. And because I played a creature and I get a land, ouch, 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 and ouch. The hits just keep on coming. I think that is all that I'm doing this turn. Goblins are just going to have to figure out how to take on soldiers, which obviously is not going to happen. It's going to untap, draw a card. It's the mountains that I've been searching for this entire game. Of course it is. I'm not sure what I can really do here, because I can certainly play another goblin and get a counter on my quest for the Goblin Lord, but I need many more goblins. Oof. Yeah. That's not good. Okay. Soldier time. Soldiers going to win this game. So let's go and spin it. I mean, goblins could attack and deal some damage to a Johnny Goldmane, but then essentially leave themselves open to attack. And maybe that's the correct play. I mean, basically just suicide yourself and hope that the elves can take over. But, I mean, really, the elves cannot do anything. There's nothing that the elves can do at this point. So, untap, untap, untap. I think because essentially this is game over, you know. Untap, draw a card for the turn. It's a Plains. Let's go and play it. Let's go and set this down to 2, give everything Vigilance, and another +1/+1 counter. Set 2, this set 2, this set 2, this set 2, this is at 2, and this is, yeah, that should be at 2. And we have one more +1/+1 counter on this guy up here. So, I only need to get through 2 creatures on the side of the elves. I just need to get through a few on the other side with the goblin, because essentially, let's see, I can exile 3 things this turn. So, what I can do is attack full out on the goblins, except for 1 creature towards the elves, and then I can tap down all of my creatures to exile 3 things, and I can exile the Goblin Trashmaster, I can exile the 2 elves that could be blockers. I think that's what I do. Well, let's see. I need 2 creatures to go at the elves, because they can activate Mirror of the Forebears. Okay, so that's my plan. I'm sticking to it. These are enough to kill the elves, and then we have to decide damage for the goblins. So they attack with Vigilance, but then I tap them down using Catapult Master's ability to exile creatures. So it doesn't really matter what the goblins do in response. They're pretty much just going to block with 4 creatures. It's going to be the 3 biggest ones. So obviously these 3. How much damage left is that? Yeah, 2 lanes sucks. That spent a long time. They had Skirk Prospector, so they could sacrifice golems, obviously. No, goblins to get mana, and they got by really, really well with that. But then it was just like, they just couldn't draw lands at the beginning of the game, and they started, the 2 lands that they started with were the lands that they started the game with. So not too good, not too hot. Okay, 1/2. This is 5/10 by itself. This is another 1/2. No, wait, this is more than that. This is, that's 15. Yeah, this is absolutely death, because these are Wait, let's see. They can block 4 creatures. They're going to block these 4 creatures. These 2 are going after the elves to kill them. So what's left is these that deal damage. But this is 15, 17, and then you have another 9 over here. So yeah, that's more than 20. Yeah. Finally resolved this. It took a while, but I finally resolved it. Soldiers takes it home for the win. Oh, that was so good. Okay, that's way enough magic for today. Thanks everybody for joining and watching. I know it got mostly lurkers at this point, but that's fine. I don't mind just talking and playing through the games. This is what I do anyway. I mean, like, even if I wasn't streaming, this is what I'd essentially be doing. So it's just kind of fun to get to do it with other people getting to see. So, you know, if you talk, if you don't, it's fine. So thank you all for joining. And I'm going to, I think I'm going to go ahead and clean up here and kind of start closing down the stream. So I think that, like I said, it's probably going to be Wednesday or Thursday that I'll play another game. I'm thinking I'm going to do maybe some Christmassy type theme decks. I've one true Christmas deck, but I may be able to pull together some kind of close enough Christmassy celebration type decks, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. Well, thank you guys, and see you next time.